and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeCierro City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes, and if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available in the back of the chambers from our AV team. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo.
She's excused.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jezierski.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim. Here. Marsh Holshan.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time on an item, they should limit their communications to 2 minutes. And we will plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. The first item under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring September 12th, 2023 as Broomfield Community Foundation Day in Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come to and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. Welcome, and please go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Williamson, and I am one of the executive directors of the Broomfield Community Foundation.
My name is Dion West, and I'm the other executive director at the Broomfield Community Foundation.
Thank you both for joining us this evening. I'll briefly summarize the proclamation, and then I'll turn it over to the representatives from the Community Foundation for comments. This proclamation recognizes that 2023 marks the 30th anniversary of the Broomfield Community Foundation. Since the foundation's beginnings, it has grown and evolved exponentially. To date, the Broomfield Community Foundation has distributed over $4.5 million into the community through grants, scholarships, and the support and investment of over 1,500 generous donors. The Broomfield Community Foundation's mission and purpose is to improve the quality of life for Broomfield residents by connecting the generosity of donors with the power of charitable giving and grant making. Their focus lies with funding the arts, civic causes, education, human services, and our seniors. As a leading source of community investment and improvement, the Broomfield Community Foundation is helping to create a stronger Broomfield for all of our residents. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim September 12th, 2023 as Broomfield Community Foundation Day. Would y'all want to clap? And would our representatives like to make any remarks?
Well, the speaking points in the proclamation were the speaking points we wrote down. So we will just keep it brief and say thank you so much for your partnership, the city and county's partnership since our inception in 1993. We have Board President Lisa Herman here and our administrative coordinator Tiffany Stockard here also representing the foundation. And we just, again, want to say thank you so much. And Dion has a couple of additional points.
Well, I have just one bullet point that didn't get covered. So fun fact, the first grant cycle that the foundation started was in 1994, and it was for $12,000. And we are proud to announce that in the last 5 years, we've given away nearly $2 million. So we are excited about our growth, and we are grateful for the city's help and support in that endeavor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we will take public comment on this item. If anyone would like to make any comments on this, please step up to the podium. No pressure, though. Just an opportunity. Any council member comments or feedback? Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here tonight. The Broomfield Community Foundation is really what is the heartbeat of Broomfield. So many of our nonprofits help us out as well, and we help them. And I think some people don't know, but our Broomfield Resettlement Task Force has the Broomfield Community Foundation as their fiscal sponsors. And without you all, a lot of our people would be unhoused. A lot of people would not be in a situation where they could feed their families, and they really need to make sure that they are stable. So without your support and without your grant funding, and just without, I mean, you guys have a small team of 3, really. You're a small and mighty staff, and a lot of people don't realize that. And so I know I see you guys weekly, if not more, and I just feel like it's really important to have great partnership and relationships with you all. And we are so excited to celebrate you tonight.
Thank you. Anyone else? Well, I would like to share with the community that the 23rd Annual Heart of Broomfield Awards are being held on September 29th at the Chateau at Fox Meadows. So please consider attending or sponsoring this wonderful event. What is the website to get information, Ms. Williamson?
It's broomfieldfoundation.org/heart.
Perfect. broomfieldfoundation.org/heart. And thank you for joining this evening, for all you continue to do for our community.
Thank you.
The second item this evening under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week in the city and county of Broomfield. Representatives from the Front Range chapter of the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution are in attendance this evening to accept the proclamation. Will the representatives here to accept please come to the podium? Welcome, and please introduce yourselves.
Good evening. My name is Morgana Meter, and I am the honorary chapter regent.
My name is Barbara Spriggs, and I am the registrar of our chapter.
Well, thank you both for being here with us this evening. I'll briefly summarize the proclamation, then I'll turn it over to you guys to make remarks. This proclamation recognizes the privilege and duty of the American people to commemorate the 236th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America with appropriate ceremonies and activities. Every American shares in this legacy of liberty, and we are grateful for the courage, conviction, and sacrifice of all those who have helped preserve and uphold the principles of a free society. In celebration of the signing of the Constitution and in recognition of the Americans who strive to uphold the duties and responsibilities of citizenship, Congress requests that the week of September 17th through 23rd be proclaimed Constitution Week. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd, 2023 as Constitution Week, and urge all citizens to study the Constitution and reflect on the privilege of being an American with all the rights and responsibilities which that privilege involves. And would you guys like to say anything?
Sure. On behalf of the Front Range Chapter, National Society Daughters of the American Revolution, we would like to thank the city and county of Broomfield and all of the residents for support of Constitution Week and its importance in our American society as we honor the memory of our patriotic ancestors who gave us our freedom that we have today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anyone in the public like to comment? Anyone on council? Any questions or comments from council? Well, thank you both for joining us this evening and good to see you again.
Thanks to you.
Next, we have information regarding Broomfield Days 2023 and an invitation to council and residents to join the celebrations. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. Everybody's favorite time of year. It's Broomfield Days. Every time we see Miss Kate Gazaway coming down, we know that it's the Quanah fun has arrived. Miss Gazaway, please walk us through what we can expect next.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, I do get to deliver the good news tonight. So good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm Kay Gazaway, Broomfield's Community Events Coordinator, and I'm very happy to be here tonight to invite you all and the community to Broomfield Days 2023. Everyone seems very excited, including me, to have this year's festival, which really celebrates everything that's special about Broomfield. The event is a massive undertaking, as you might imagine, not just for us in recreation as organizers, but we collaborate with so many other teams. I just wanted to recognize them for a minute. Public Works and Parks and Streets and Police Department, Public Health Department, Communications, North Metro Fire, the list goes on. And so this great team has really put in a lot of time and effort to create this wonderful festival we're going to have very soon. Now, historically, Broomfield Days has always been on the third Saturday of September, but this year that Saturday is for Rosh Hashanah. So we have pushed it back 1 week. So it'll be Saturday, the 23rd this week, this year. And then next year in 2024, we'll go back to that third Saturday of September rotation again. So you can mark your calendars. The Broomfield festivities actually kick off this Friday, the 15th, with the golf tournament at the Eagle Trace Golf Course at 8 a.m. It's hosted by the Senior Resource Board. And then next Friday, the 22nd, you can go to the park and play bingo at the Girl Scouts shelter. That will be hosted by the Rotary Club of Broomfield Crossing this year. That's our new sponsor. Then Saturday morning, the Rotary Club will be back bright and early, making pancakes for everybody, 7 a.m. And then at 8 o'clock, the Optimist Club will be hosting that really adorable clown contest up on the main stage. And then 8:20 is the Mayor's Cup Road Race, 5K and Fun Run. And thank you, Mayor, for offering to kick us off again this year. We sure appreciate that. The parade's the centerpiece of this whole festival day, and you all are always in the parade. We'd like to invite you to meet at the float no later than 8:45 at the intersection there of Main Street and Midway. If you think you're going to come to the park early and have pancakes or something, we're happy to give you a little ride on the golf carts. We just ask you to meet at 8:30 at the reviewing stand where the parade announcer stands, and we can give you a ride back to the parade float to get you there on time. Okay. Well, the parade marshal this year is Susan Spriggs and her husband, Ron, and her daughter, Alexis Evans. The community really nominated some amazing residents this year who have done some incredible contributions to our community. So I'm glad I did not have to be the one to choose. But we are very proud to have one of our own, CCOB own, is Susan Spriggs and her family as the Grand Marshal this year. Guests who have accessibility issues, we will be glad to give them rides on our ADA golf carts. They can be picked up at the ADA parking lot at the garden center. And then the rides run all day long from 7 in the morning till 6 at night. Entertainment, we have the Global Sound Studio Academy of Rock student bands playing this year, starting at 11:30. There's 4 different bands. Then we have the Taiko drummers later in the afternoon, and at 3 o'clock, Groove and Motion will take over the entertainment for the rest of the day. So that should be a lot of fun. Some other things you might want to know about is the annual car show. We are expecting over 100 cars in the car show this year, and all the proceeds from that event go to support senior services and programs here in Broomfield. We also have the Bow Wow Broomfield, which features that National Dock Dogs competition. That's kind of my favorite part of the festival. And we have lots of vendors this year. We have over 100 arts and crafts vendors. We have like 130 food vendors, activities and nonprofits. And then our partners at the Broomfield Chamber of Commerce have another 100 booths filled with businesses in the expo area. So over 300 vendors to check out. And then new this year is an electric vehicle and electric bike showcases where you can get right up close. You can check them out. You can ask lots of questions and maybe you'll get inspired to get a new bike or a new electric car. And last but not least is our Zero Waste Initiative, which we're always very proud of. We have 18 stations throughout the park. It takes almost 150 volunteers to run it for the day. So if you know anyone that wants to volunteer, send them our way. We'll do a good job with that. So that's a quick and fast overview of Broomfield Days. I'm very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gazaway. Well, we do take public comments on this item as we do with any item. So if anyone would like to comment, here's your opportunity. We have a taker. Please come on up to the podium, sir. I know you are.
Hi, it's John Waters. I'm a Broomfield resident, live in Redley, but I'm this year's board chair for the Chamber of Commerce. And we just had our executive meeting today, and Pat's got some really good news to tell about our sales,
Do tell.
our booth sales. Come up here, Pat.
Hi, everybody. I'm Pat Monticelli, CEO of the Chamber. We are sold out of our Broomfield Days booths this year for the trade show portion. So appreciate all the residents and businesses in Broomfield stepping up and doing that. We increased from about 75% last year to sold out this year. So we're very excited about that. And I believe the city is right there with us. So thank you all very much.
And the
Thank you
beer
all for your
garden,
support.
tell us about the beer garden. Come back.
It's great. We've actually got 5 vendors this year. We have 4 breweries and cidery coming out this year. So come visit us over there. It's a lot of fun. We're hoping for nice hot weather so everybody will want to consume responsibly at this year's Broomfield Days.
Thank you so much. I wanted to give you a plug, you know,
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Any comments or questions from City Council? No, well, I am definitely looking forward to it. And I know that our Grand Marshal, Susan Spriggs, not only has her family, I think she's going to have an entourage. She had T-shirts made, so it's going to be wild.
Gonna be fun, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Gazaway.
Thank you.
So on behalf of City Council, I do invite everyone to join us for Broomfield Days 2023. On September 23rd is the big day. It's a great opportunity to come together and celebrate our incredible community. Our final item under petitions and communications this evening, we'd like to take this opportunity to announce that the 2024 proposed operating and capital budgets are now available on the Finance Department's website at broomfield.org/finance. This includes the proposed 2024 budgets of the City and County of Broomfield, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, and the Arista Local Improvement District. There are several opportunities for residents to review and provide feedback on the proposed 2024 budget, including 3 meeting opportunities. The first meeting will be our study session held on September 19th, 2023, here at 6 p.m. Then a public hearing of the proposed budgets will be held during the October 10th, 2023 council meeting, 6 p.m. here. And finally, council will vote on the proposed budgets during the October 24th, 2023 council meeting. Further, later on this evening, we'll have an economic and fiscal update during special reports, which will include 2023 and 2024 budget highlights. In addition to the opportunity to provide public comment during council meetings, residents may also submit comments via our website or by emailing budget@broomfield.org through October 10th. Tomorrow, staff is hosting a Broomfield 101 forum on Broomfield's fiscal and financial outlook. The forum is scheduled for 3 p.m. and will be held in the council chambers. So to learn more about that, visit our broomfieldvoice.com website and look for 101 forums. This is a great opportunity to learn more and ask questions. We hope you'll join us in the conversation. We will move to general public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items already listed on this evening's agenda. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'm not seeing any takers this evening. I don't see anybody on the phone either, so last call, no more. Okay, moving on. Council's consideration. Were you coming down to speak? Okay. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title. I passed up the community updates. I'm so sorry, y'all. Let me back up a little bit. Thank you, Crystal. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Marshallson?
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Sustainable Solutions 7th Annual Sustainable Transportation Summit on August 30th. Well, I can't talk tonight. Up in Longmont. It was a summit that was focused on public transportation, sustainable future for all transportation options. Multiple speakers, including Congressman Joe Neguse, State Senator Faith Winter, and representatives from the Washington and Oregon Department of Transportations. It also was a panel discussion update on the Northwest Passenger Rail project and what that's looking like going forward. The interesting one, the one guy from Oregon that spoke had a lot to talk about Oregon's approach to growth and development, and kind of along the line, Oregon's kind of gone along the lines of what Colorado tried to do last year with 213. So it was an interesting discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I wanted to call attention to an event in Ward 3, which is a conversation with the Broomfield Police Department. It's called Coffee with a Cop, and it's taking place on Tuesday, September 19th at the Starbucks near the intersection of Midway and 287. So that's in Ward 3. But certainly anyone in the city can attend this event, and you get a free Broomfield Police Department coffee mug on top of the great conversation. And the Broomfield Workforce Center is not sitting on its laurels as the Broomfield Workforce employee Sue Spriggs is the Grand Marshal. It is September Workforce Development Month. And so there are many events on the September calendar, including a hiring event tomorrow at the Workforce Center from 2 to 3:30. And we also have business development sessions during September. Just for example, there's one, filling your talent pipeline, going beyond the usual suspects that are more geared towards businesses. So please check the calendar on the Broomfield Workforce Center page.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to provide 2 updates as I serve alongside Councilmember Marsh Holshan on the Metro Area County Commissioners group. We're going to meet this Friday, and we have determined that we want to work as a region to really eliminate homelessness. And so what that means is we're going to be working regionally to also talk about and elevate these ideas of services. And so what services Broomfield offers, what services Adams County offers, and we're going to be working regionally with Denver and a lot of our metro area counties. So more to come on that. And then the second thing is I also serve on the CSBG tripartite board. And what we do is we make sure those people who want to stay housed can, particularly those who are in our elderly age range, who are on a fixed income. We were able to disperse over about $36,000, and we're reapplying for those grants, for federal grants, to keep our people housed in situations where a lot of times their rent is going up somewhere between $200 and $300 a month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a meeting at NADA a couple of weeks ago, along with a Broomfield Transportation Forum meeting last Friday, and wanted to call attention in case those residents have not heard that the I-25 HOV lanes north of US 36 up to roughly Northwest Parkway will be getting some new toll enforcement equipment. It's already implemented. They're in a grace period right now. But fines will start accruing October 1st and they start out at $75. So for anyone who either weaves in and out of the toll lanes, enters, exits where they're not supposed to, they now have equipment to give you a civil citation, and that civil citation is also connected to your vehicle registration. So until you pay that fine, you will not be able to register your vehicle the next time it's up. So just wanted to call attention to that for those residents who have not heard. And then lastly, I wanted to give a quick reminder that Monday, September 18th, we will be having our Charter Review Committee meeting from 12 to 2 as normal in the Health and Human Services building. And that night, we are also having a town hall again in Health and Human Services from 6 to 8 p.m. So please come, have questions, comments. It will be a facilitated meeting, I believe. So we just encourage the community to come out and say what you have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor. So just two updates. So this last week, we had a Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Community Noise Roundtable meeting. One of the primary conversations was around the voluntary measure to close one of the runways, or I guess it would be a voluntary measure to encourage the closure of that. So pilots would be aware that this is a goal of the airport to reduce the noise impacts that are being experienced by the community. This is one in which the airport worked with municipal stakeholders, as well as flight schools, as well as pilots. And this was something that was accepted by many of them and would like to be a universal goal. And that would be minimizing that north runway in that from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. That there would be less traffic, which means that that is the runway in which there is much more airplanes doing touch and goes, as well as taking off from that runway. And so by limiting the use on that, it would potentially minimize the noise impacts that would be felt primarily in Superior, but also parts of Broomfield as well. So I'm not certain of the rollout in terms of the timing on that nighttime closure, but more on that soon. And like I said, hopefully this will further minimize those nighttime noise impacts. The other update that I wanted to provide was the Broomfield Council on the Arts and Humanity second annual gala was this last Friday. It was a great opportunity to showcase the Broomfield artists and arts organizations. Very successful. Their definitely attendance was up, fundraising was up as well. So it was a great night to celebrate Broomfield's arts and artists. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member updates? All right, we'll move on then. Thank you, guys. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comment and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7K by title?
7A, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of August 22nd, 2023. 7B, resolution number 2023-105, authorizing and approving an agreement with Coatings Inc. for the 2023 Streets Contractual Crack Seal Program. 7C, resolution number 2023-110, authorizing and approving the design, build, construction agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Van Hugelman Concrete Inc. doing business as Colorado Hardscapes Inc. for the Paul Durda Recreation Center pool hardscape replacement. 7D, resolution number 2023-113, authorizing and approving an agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Diamond Contracting Corporation for the 120th local drainage improvements. 7E, resolution number 2023-107, authorizing and approving the First Amendment to the construction agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and Maltz Construction for the Broomfield Water Treatment Plant pH modification project. 7F, resolution number 2023-114, approving a revocable permit between the city and county of Broomfield and Sheltair Aviation for a monument sign to be located in the right-of-way at 9586 Metro Airport Avenue. 7G, resolution number 2023-63, authorizing and approving the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the city and county of Broomfield and Boulder County for the US 287 bus rapid transit feasibility study. 7H, resolution number 2023-98, authorizing and approving an agreement with Federal Highway Administration for a Broomfield Safety Action Plan through the Safe Streets and Roads for All grant. 7I, resolution number 2023-62, authorizing and approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city and county of Broomfield and the Regional Transportation District for Transit Needs Study and Pilot, fiscal year 2020 through 2023, revised to 2021 to 2024. 7J, resolution number 2023-115, authorizing and approving annual aggregated spending with Everge Group LLC. 7K, request for executive sessions for the purpose of obtaining instructions to negotiators and receiving legal advice regarding the Jefferson Parkway Public Highway Authority.
Thank you, Ms. Clemens. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person. If there's anyone who would like to be heard on these items, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, Roxy Julia Lockmore. On 7E, I'm just curious, is this going to come up every year and we're just going to, is this like an ongoing bill? And then on 7G, this agreement, I think it was supposed to be until July of 2023, and it's going, it says on it until December 31st of 2023. So are we going to have a report by December 31st, 2023, or is this just another, or will we maybe have another extension since we're paying more money for it? Thank you.
Wait, hold on, Ms. Jewel, what was the second one? Oh, 7.
Golf.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Anyone else? Please come up to the podium. No, I don't see anyone online. Let me double check. No, I don't see anyone. Okay, well, we'll go to questions from council next. Councilmember Lim.
I had a question about 7G. I guess, could staff please address Ms. Jewel's question about 7E first?
About the pH water.
Yeah, E.
Oh.
E is the pH water.
Oh, I'm wrong. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand it's a one-time construction cost, but I want to verify that.
Oh,
Ken
yes.
Rutt, Director of Public Works, is on his way down, and if we could have Sarah Grant, our champion transportation guru, stand right behind him to address both of those questions, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you this evening. Yes, that is correct. The pH is to finish the final phase of the enhancements to correct the pH issue with the treatment plant.
Okay, thank you. 7G. Miss Jewel asked about if there was an extension, an extension provision on that contract. Is that the case?
Thank you. Good evening. Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager, and that appears to have been a typo that has escaped us all. That is to go until 2024. The study is going on right now, and due to kind of staff turnover with Boulder County, it's been a delayed in bringing this agreement to share in the cost with the US 287 study, which is happening right now. In fact, there is a virtual open house session that is open right now on that, and that is being promoted through the Broomfield channels, including this week's community update.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to comment. I appreciate the staff's work on that. The cost is very little to us in conjunction with that. And it's 287 feasibility study, which of course, Ward 3 residents are lining that street. So that's great. I also had a question about 7B. The proposed resolution for the contractual crack seal program where we're going to, for the first time, have a subcontractor. I had a communication from a resident who was very happy that some streets by Broomfield High School were receiving road services last Thursday. My question is, are those, will the efforts of this subcontractor be to fulfill the previously listed priority areas in the city? Or will this subcontractor be expanding our initial coverage that was slated so that we will be able to and address future problems and current problems that are coming forward?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. I can see Mr. Rutt back there conferring with Justin Munt. So one of them is on their way back down right now. Hot topic in all the communities right now. Potholes, chip seal, crack improvements. Mr. Rutt.
And Mayor Pro Tem and Council, Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works. I think I forgot that the first time. Yeah, the contractual crack seal is to supplement our in-house crack seal program. And we'll be focusing more on the main thoroughways, while our in-house team is doing mostly the residential areas. So yes, this will be supplementing our crack seal program. And what you really, for those who need to know, is it really is September, October. It has to be during certain temperatures. So that's why it's a spring or fall program.
Are the in-house, I guess I had a follow-up. The in-house program is addressing more of our own smaller residential streets. Are we able to keep up with the current problems that are submitted? There's a submission through the webpage, I know. Are we able to keep up with those that the staff deems as significant in a timely way? I guess that would be my question.
So our street maintenance program, we use a computerized maintenance program to help prioritize our various streets and the street conditions. And then as this, depending on what the street condition is, it's rated. And so what we do is we address the highest rated areas as quickly as possible. Obviously, we don't have enough time in the year or funding or resources to do all of the crack seals this year. So that's why we have to prioritize which area we're going to throughout this fall. So to answer the question, we won't get all of them.
Okay, and should a resident expect a response back when they submit a request as to whether it meets a certain priority level, or should they not expect a response back?
Yeah, we try to respond to each request that comes in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Mayor, I have two questions related to H and I for Ms. Grant. The safety action plan and the transit needs study, what's the timeline for those being completed?
Good evening, Mayor, Councilmember Marshall Olson, again, Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager. So for both of those projects, once the agreement is signed off, we do plan to get these out for proposals and get the projects started on spring of next year. And we anticipate both of these projects to take somewhere in the range of about 12 to 18 months.
Okay. And do we have the plan in place yet, what the community outreach is going to look like on both of those?
Those will be determined once a consultant is selected and the public engagement plan finalized with the consultant team.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Shao.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have questions on 7F as well as 7I. So with the 7F, this is the airport way right of way sign for Saltaire. I'm curious, with this new sign being added, will the current sign be removed or both signs proposed to be, I guess, in existence?
Good question. Councilmember Shaft, Ms. Burton Zeddy, can you address that, please?
Happy to. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Anna Burton Zeddy, Planning Director. At this time, the applicant has indicated that they intend to keep both signs. So the new sign that would be subject to this revocable permit, as well as the prior sign for the adjacent property that was also subject to a separate revocable permit.
Okay, and I'm curious, so from the memo, it looked like these signs are 100 feet apart from one another, which I don't know if that extends from one side of one building to the other side of the new building. I mean, are both of these signs needed, or is this just something that because they've gotten the right of way once, they want it again, as opposed to building that monument side on their property?
The applicant has indicated that they require the sign. The first sign was placed kind of to the east side of the property for that first building, closest to a corner, an intersection. So it's not really aligned exactly with the center of the first building, but more east of the building. So there is a larger separation between that first sign and this one, like you said, about 100 or so feet. I don't have the exact measurement. And then you had a second part of the question.
Yeah, so with that new building being built, why wasn't the sign constructed on their property as opposed to constructing this in the right of way?
There's a unique condition in this area where the right of way in front of these properties is actually quite wide. It's 140, 150 feet wide. It varies a little bit. And the road is constructed on the very north edge of that right of way. So if they were to place the signs on their property and meet setbacks, the sign would be about 100 or more feet away from the actual road. In this way, the sign is able to be closer. It's about 20 feet from the roadway, since it needs to be set back also from a sidewalk.
Okay.
So it gets it much closer into proximity, so it's more legible.
Okay, and which leads me to my third question. So because this permit is revocable, would there be a time at which we would need to use that right of way and those signs would need to move?
That is the exact nature of the revocable permit. So if at any point in the future, Broomfield determines that we need to do any type of maintenance, have any reason that we believe the signs should be removed, we just need to provide them notice. I believe it's 7 days in this particular revocable permit. And they would need to remove the signs and return the property to its original condition. So making sure that the grade was fixed. And there's no compensation in that case. It is a fully revocable permit. It's at Broomfield's discretion.
And do we have any current plans to do any maintenance or road widening up there?
We don't have anything that would cause us to believe that the sign would need to be removed.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you so much for those answers. The other questions I have are regarding 7I, which is the transit needs study and pilot. So I'm on the current Broomfield Transportation Forum, but this was approved in 2019. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilmember
Okay.
Shaw.
So, you know, this was one in which I had, I think that I was the only council member on that transportation forum in 2019 that's up here. There was a lot of conversation about this transit needs study as well as the pilot program, looking at the expense associated with Easy Ride, the lack of availability of Flex Ride in that northern part of Broomfield, the lack of certainty of Flex Ride, and the lack of transit services from RTD and the north. A lot of it was geared around there. At the time in 2019, there were other transit services, kind of unique transit services. So Uber and Lyft were looking at opportunities to kind of augment transit service at this point. Those were gaining some traction. They were working with municipalities and transit services to enhance and augment, again, those transit options. Have these private transit options and the conditions change post-pandemic as we've seen with transit, to the point where perhaps this study looks different than it did in pilot program than it did in 2019?
Good, Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager, Mayor, Councilmember Schaaf. Great question. Yes, the conditions have changed quite a bit in 2019 to now, as far as the transportation landscape, transit landscape in Broomfield, as well as the options that are available. And we'll be looking at all potential new ways that we could try to fulfill mobility needs for our Broomfield residents.
Okay. So, I think the intent was to include all transit options, looking at a pilot program that would be potentially innovative, that wouldn't just be looking at the current models. So I'm curious, with the IGA, with RTD, are we going to be limiting the study to just RTD services and Broomfield services? And with a pilot program, would we be limiting those kind of creative options that potentially work with the private industry because of our IGA with RTD?
No, we would not be limiting ourselves. We are required, since this is federal funding, that we are a subrecipient of those federal funds. We cannot receive those funds directly for this particular pot of funding. So we need to have a contract through someone who can receive federal funds such as CDOT or RTD. So RTD is that pass through for the funding. We won't be limited just to looking to Broomfield services or RTD services. We can certainly be open to all kinds of mobility ways to expend those funds to support transportation needs.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that answer. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have.
All right. Any other council member questions on consent? Before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that 7K is a request for executive session, and items 7G and 7I contain intergovernmental agreements, which all require 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7K be approved? Councilmember Marsh Holston.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. There is no business before the Board of Social Services this evening. Under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-87, approving the Broomfield Town Square Site Development Plan and Urban Renewal Site Plan Improvement Agreement and Ownership and Maintenance Intergovernmental Agreement. This item will be concurrently reviewed with item 15A by the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Do we have our Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority representative here? Virtual. Okay, so are you guys on Zoom? Because I didn't open the Zoom. She's on. Okay, good. The meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is called to order to consider agenda items 15A concurrently. Authority member Law Evans is attending tonight's meeting virtually. Therefore, we'll use roll call for item 15A only. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo. Hinkle. Here. Jezierski. Here. Law Evans.
Here.
Leslie.
Here.
Lim. Here. Marsh Holston.
Here.
Mitchell. Schaaf.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. I'll declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant. And then finally, questions from members of the city council. Council and borough members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
All right, so it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Lynn Merwin, who's going to walk us through the staff portion of this item. Lynn?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, borough members. Thank you. Next slide, please. Lynn Merwin, Planning Manager. The proposal this evening is for consideration of an application by the Broomfield Town Square Alliance for site development plan and urban renewal site plan for mixed-use development referred to as a Broomfield Town Square. The project encompasses approximately 39 acres and is generally located north of West 120th Avenue and east of Main Street. Next slide, please. Broomfield's comprehensive plan designates the property for commercial, mixed use, commercial, open lands, and water body. The proposal is consistent with these designations and with the land use assumptions established in the long-range financial plan. The proposal also furthers the comprehensive plan goal to create a civic center district that serves as a key focal point for the community and civic activities. The property is zoned PUD and is governed by the Broomfield Town Square PUD or Planned Unit Development Plan approved in September of 2022. Next slide, please. For decades, Broomfield's guiding vision documents developed in collaboration with the community have called for a town center to provide a special gathering place for the community. The guiding principles established for this development call for creating a signature town square that is uniquely Broomfield with a curated mix of retail and restaurant offerings, ideally local and unique to the area. A pedestrian-friendly network of streets and trails, public spaces that knit the town square to the surrounding community, a built environment encouraging a healthy lifestyle, incorporating opportunities for public art, as well as environmentally sustainable strategies within the development. Next slide, please. In 2019, a redevelopment and reimbursement agreement was approved between the city, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, or BURRA, and the Broomfield Town Square Alliance. The agreement addresses sharing of revenues generated from within the development, the character of the desired development, management of the project, inclusionary housing, conveyance of property to the developer, as well as the extent of public improvements. And collectively, the 2022 approved PUD plan and this 2019 development agreement established the framework for this development proposal before you this evening. Next slide, please. So over the next 3 slides, I'll quickly summarize the application for phase 1 of the town square. The proposal calls for up to 479 for rent apartments, 12 townhomes, approximately 63,590 square feet of leasable commercial space. South of First Avenue, the proposal is for redevelopment of the former Safeway store as a market hall. And to the north, the proposal is for mixed-use development that will include 3 to 5-story buildings for townhomes, an age-restricted building for independent senior living, and 2 mixed-use buildings with ground floor retail and residential above. There's a new 4.5-acre lake, a public plaza, a beach, boathouse, promenade, and a network of trails, as well as space for potential future library and auditorium expansion to the west of the existing Broomfield facility. Next slide, please. There are 956 parking spaces located primarily within new structured parking garages that are wrapped with residential and commercial land uses. The library parking will be reconfigured in certain areas, but will remain at the current level of 240 spaces. There are 156 bicycle racks accommodating 312 bicycles. That's across the whole development. The plans preserve 17 acres of public parklands, including a lake and trails. The image to the right on the screen provides a sense of the extensive network of trails and walks across the development. And again, the 2019 development agreement does call for 20% of affordable rental units on site or a cash in lieu equivalent or a combination of the two, and that is at the developer's discretion according to that agreement. Next slide, please. The proposal addresses the removal, relocation, protection, and mitigation of existing trees and the installation of new trees. And there are 4 variances requested this evening. The first is for a reduction in the parking ratios based on a detailed parking study that was submitted with the application. There's a comprehensive signage plan with 13 of the signs requiring 1 or more variances. And I would note that 1 sign variance of particular note is a planned 1,000 square foot sign, which would sit atop the Market Hall roof to promote visibility of the development from West 120th Avenue. The third variance is requesting authorization of an administrative review of the final townhome elevation subject to council call up. The current elevations shown are representative images only. Finally, there is a request to allow for up to a 5-foot reduction in the 20-foot parking setback for 10 surface parking spaces along Main Street just south of 2nd Avenue. Next slide, please. There are 2 agreements proposed with this application. These must be considered and decided upon by City Council because there are proposed financial obligations to be paid by the city. The first one is the Ownership and Maintenance Agreement, or O&M agreement. It establishes the ownership and maintenance responsibilities among the city, the developer, or the district. Broomfield will be responsible for the lake and the perimeter walls of the lake, the restroom and lake treatment facility just to the west of the beach, and other typical public area maintenance. The developer or district will be responsible for the beach, the boathouse, all stormwater detention facilities, and other public-private area maintenance, typical private area maintenance. The improvement agreement is a two-party agreement between Broomfield and the Town Square Alliance. It outlines the developer's obligations for a number of special provisions related to the development and completing public and private improvements. It also outlines the city's responsibilities, including obligations to reimburse the developer for their completing certain improvements that would typically be capital improvement projects undertaken by the city, but which will be completed by the developer in coordination with the related improvements in the area. So these reimbursements include approximately 1.1 million for intersection improvements in the form of what's currently planned as a roundabout at East First Avenue and Lamar Street and Spader Way. 700,000 for retaining walls south of Tacoma Drive in the vicinity of the channel improvements. 550,000 for a new pedestrian bridge to replace a switchback trail connecting Tacoma Drive with the Southeast Community Loop Trail at the northwest corner of the site. And an estimated $200,000 to $250,000 for a sanitary sewer upsizing. The first three are either proposed or currently funded. And then the last item, the sanitary sewer upsizing, will be submitted as a 2025 request for sewer, for the sewer fund. Next slide, please. Staff has identified two key issues for this proposal. The first relates to the beach operations. So in lieu of providing lifeguards on duty during open swim times at the new lake, the developer, who is responsible for operations and maintenance of the beach, has opted to provide alternative safety measures such as signage and controlled access to the beach, life vests for non-swimmers, required waivers to use the beach, and required adult supervision for beach visitors under 18 years of age. The operations and maintenance of the beach and the lake are addressed in more detail in that O&M agreement. The second key issue is the requested variances. And again, these, the most notable ones are for the comprehensive sign program and the reduced parking ratios based on that parking study. Next slide, final slide. There have been two concept reviews held for this application. One in May of 2020 for the initial phases, and then again in August of 2021 for future phases, which are yet to come before us, but which needed to be covered for the PUD plan that was considered last September. There were two neighborhood meetings, again, one for each phase, one in September of 2020 and again in September of 2021. And finally, the application has been noticed in accordance with the applicable requirements. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Merwin. Next is the applicant's presentation. And just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, I ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation, but I know this is a lot. Will the applicant's representatives please identify themselves for the record before beginning their presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and members of the public. And also good evening, Borough Chair and Borough Commissioners, since I know this is a dual public hearing. My name is Carolyn White. I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. I'll ask each of my clients to introduce themselves when they step to the podium rather than me introducing them now. Just to give you the overview of our presentation, I'm just going to set the stage a little bit here at the beginning. And then Joe Vostries, one of the principals of the developer team, is going to come forward and talk a little bit about the vision for the project. And then we're going to go through in some detail how the site development plan and urban renewal site plan before you tonight implement that vision. And then I'll come up and conclude by talking about how that meets the criteria in your code for approval of both of those kinds of plans. So that's the agenda for this evening. And along those lines, to sort of frame it up, it's just a pleasure to be here before you tonight. I have lost count of how many times we've been here before you on this project. You have made numerous decisions and heard numerous presentations, and there have been numerous dialogues in groups and on one-on-one with the public about this project for various components of it. It was a year ago tonight, actually, that you approved the PUD zoning for this property. And ever since then, we've been answering the question, when are we going to see the site plan? That's now, that's tonight. So for tonight, the decision before you is the site plan, the SDP and the urban renewal site plan for this. And so this is largely a technical presentation. This is about the implementation of the vision that you have already articulated and seen and approved in a variety of different ways. So this is how we're going to implement what you approved a year ago in the PUD and what the citizens told us many years ago they wanted to see here for this location. And we're going to do all of that in less than 25 minutes.
Challenge accepted.
So now I'd like to ask Joe Vostries to come forward and start by introducing you a little bit to the history and vision of the project.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Borough Council, city staff and manager. It's a great pleasure to be here this evening. We're here, as Carolyn said, just a year ago, and we have been working very, very hard in the last year to get this site plan. We did leave the meeting last year with a renewed sense of urgency and purpose, I will say, as I recall, and moving a plan of this magnitude and complexity from zoning to site plan in a year and to be before you is actually a great schedule, something that everybody on the team, city staff and our team should be proud of, that we were able to get it to you here this quickly. And I do want to just take a moment to also my partner in the Broomfield Town Square Alliance, I think everybody knows, is Tim Frederill with Millender White. We're going to be tag teaming this presentation a little bit. It's the site plan is relatively complex. We're going to try and move you through the highlights of it and then allow adequate time to really delve into any details that you all have questions on. We think would be the most efficient way to do this. Next slide, please. We do have a rather illustrious team who's been working on this project for many years now. Most of those consultants are here tonight. We've got a highly skilled light consultant who's been engaged throughout the process. We have an art consultant, 9 Arts, who we've worked with a lot and does fabulous public art, who's been working with us through the site development plan. Tecito Design on signage. Civitas, who's been here from the very, very beginning and helped bring the original vision to life, and Wilson and Company, who's done yeoman's work on some complex civil engineering. So great team that has been working on this. And of course, this, the city of Broomfield, the staff here has also been a part of this team, I think. Next slide. So you've all seen this probably before, but this is just, the approvals that we've received so far. Looking back to the zoning approval recommendation from LERC in January, and then getting the approval for the zoning in September, and then unanimous recommendation for approval from Land Use Review Committee in June, and here we are in September. So quick trip down memory lane. And another one, next slide, please. There's been a ton of community outreach on this project dating back to 2016. And so you can see that we've sort of consistently been reconnecting with the community, over the past several years as we've tried to move this project forward. So just a reminder of how much input the community has had on this project. Next slide. What came out of that process was really, I'd say, sort of two buckets of priorities. One was in terms of uses, and the other was in terms of guiding principles for the physical nature of the project. And so these are the highlights from the uses: the coffee house, the chef-driven restaurants, beer gardens, wine bars, the right kind of residential, collaborative workspace, opportunities for startups to have commercial space. And this is the plan that you see before you is sort of I would say, that the form follows function. So we took all of this into account as the project was designed. So what you see in the plan really is responsive to all of these priorities. Next slide. This is a good view. You've all seen this many times before. You can see the new lake. The three primary buildings, two of which are mixed use, the townhomes along Main Street, the improvements along First Avenue, and then of course the reworking of the Safeway, the old Safeway site. And notable on that is reconfiguring in a way to really open it up to 120th and connect the project to that major arterial street. Next slide. There are a few variances that you'll have to consider tonight, and we can go into those in more detail and the reasons for those. I think staff did a great job of explaining them, but we can go into a bit more detail on each of those. In particular, the signage code variances, a lot of that has to do with making sure that the very artistic plan we have for signage and for public art, the two work together, and we'll need some variances in order to get the maximum bang out of that plan. Next slide. I said earlier that we sort of put priorities in two buckets. One was, the actual uses, and the second were really the character and the character and qualities of this place that we are making. Number one on all lists for everyone was, of course, a community gathering place, that we would create this place for Broomfield where residents would be proud of and feel like, if you want to be really feel like you're in Broomfield, participating in Broomfield civic life, this is where you would come together. These are two projects that we've developed. One is the Hangar 2 project in Lowry, which is most certainly the center of gravity for that neighborhood. And this is a shot of the Great Hall at Denver Union Station, which is really that part of downtown's major gathering spot. Next slide. And also these local retail and restaurants. Our company, City Street Investors, is noted for virtually being exclusively a developer and landlord for local tenants. And you're seeing some places where we have those at Union Station, the work we've done in Larimer Square, and others. Next slide. A key priority for this project that was voiced was that we have high quality architecture, design, and landscaping. And you'll see that as we move through the later slides, that very high quality materials, brick and steel and wood, and just great architecture generally has really been a part of this project and a priority for the project, and just really beautiful landscaping, lots of trees. We'll talk more about that later. Next slide. And of course, how we operate this matters a great deal. Our company and all of the projects that we run and manage in the Denver metro area are known for their programming. Interactive art. This is the La Strada dell'Arte that we ran at Larimer Square for years. But lots of programming, farmers markets, those kinds of things. We have, again, getting back to the site plan, you'll see that the site plan was developed and designed in such a way as to make these sort of activities easy to do and beautiful settings to hold them. Next slide. And here's an image that's representative of that. What you see here is, a beautiful European style plaza with a water feature to engage the kids and as well as your senses generally. Dining at a street level, seating, just a beautiful gathering place with lots of interesting things around it. Food and beverage and shopping and a view beyond to the lake. Next slide. This is I think a great slide of the edge of the adult 55 and older community. You see what a wonderful residential experience this is going to be with lakefront living, beautiful landscaping, and the ability to walk out your door and go down and get a cup of coffee or stroll around the lake. Next slide. Another great view. This view would really be from the Safeway building. The Safeway building, as some of you may recall, sits about 11 feet higher than the site. And we'll have a picture of the stairs in a moment, but just gives you such a wonderful view of how we're going to connect the two and really gives you a sense of the plaza and the connectivity between the two sites and just the magic of the space that's being created here with the water beyond. Next slide. And of course, across the street, this is the Market Hall, the Safeway building. Reimagining this building and connecting it to the project and to the street is a top priority. You see how we're creating a paseo through the middle of the building, with the Market Hall being on the right side of the screen and some flex space on the left side of the screen. Lots of art in here, and great opportunity inside the Market Hall for lots of small vendors and startups. We have a lot of people who've expressed interest to this. We're collecting names. A lot of local Broomfield residents looking forward to this economic opportunity. Next slide. Another view of the Market Hall, a little closer up as you look through the opening that's created in the building. Next slide. Townhomes. I'm actually at this point, I'm going to turn over to Tim a little bit because I want him to talk about what we're doing with these and where we are in the design of these, because they are not every element of these has been cast in stone yet. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Joe. Tim Frederick, Broomfield Town Square Alliance. Thank you again for having us. Mayor, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. As Lynn noted in the staff report earlier, the townhomes, we have a large site here. It's about 40 acres of work that's being done across many buildings across the site. Not every building's 100% designed yet. So with the townhomes on Main Street, recognizing that the builder of those townhomes likely wants to, affect the finished architectural product with their finishes. What we've done is introduce character, materials, color palettes, the heights and setbacks, things of that nature were defined in the zoning, which we've already made it through. And so staff accommodated that request with acknowledgement that, staff provided we're operating within some parameters. That's probably an acceptable path forward, provided it's available for council call up should that be necessary. And I think Joe used up more than his 12 and a half minutes. So we can jump through to the next slide so we can get to Q&A and public comment. For affordability, you've heard about this, and as the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement outlines, there's this optionality. It's 20%, 60%, or fee in lieu, fairly significant fee in lieu, as you can see from the board. It's our intention to continue to push forward with delivering these units. The third option within the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement allows for further conversations on how we execute. And we've been working with staff on considerations with site plan and financing mechanisms to deliver affordable housing. The agreements note that prior to obtaining your final certificate of occupancy, you need to have paid that fee in lieu and or have delivered the units. So it's something that is very obviously challenging to solve many months in advance of breaking ground due to the nature of affordable housing finance with LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit applications, those durations, and having to have site control advanced plans and made it through the LIHTC process. But we are working with a group to execute on that vision. Next slide, please. Connectivity, won't beat you up with this, but a litany of trail connections for both pedestrians and cyclists throughout the site, connecting to the north, south, east, and west, as well as the regional trail systems. Obviously, it's a place for vehicles as well, but this is a special place, and we're hoping folks get out of their car and come experience it on foot. Next slide, please. Joe, you do the lake vision so much better. I'll pass it back up to you.
Yeah, as I'm sure all of you know, the lake was an original and compelling part of this vision, and really what separates it from virtually any other project that we can think of, and creates this wonderful blue space. We talk a lot about green space, but blue space is as important as green space, and we're creating this lovely body of water that will be a blue space where people can really get up close and enjoy it. And you know, the sensations that brings, whether it's a sense of just beauty or tranquility, and just the joy of being able to stroll around it. And of course, we're creating opportunities for recreation. Next slide. It's you know, lots of opportunities. These are just a few of them on the screen, from, you know, paddle boating and stand-up paddle boards, or, you know, little kayaks, but, you know, you can have remote control sailboats, you can fly flags over the lake, you know, play on the beach, all the things that come with this. And we've got, as was mentioned earlier in the staff report, there's an agreement that we've reached in terms of how we're going to operate this, with a staff at the boathouse and controlled access to the beach and to the rental program for paddle boats, and being able to provide people life jackets. So it'll be a nice, tightly run and controlled access to the water here. Next slide. I'm actually going to let Tim jump back in and talk about the trees a little bit. This is a ton of work went into this in terms of protecting the trees that are out there and adding new trees. And I want to make sure that I'm technically accurate on what we're conveying to you about that.
Thank you, Joe. I'm gonna revert to the larger screen here. Short, you know, there's been several methods of surveying the trees that are out there on site. You all have heard some of this before in our zoning hearings and other times we've been in council chambers, but we've had, you know, the city forester. We have had an arborist representing a fairly large landscape subcontractor. And then we've had, of course, our own landscape architect survey the trees. They all sort of, you know, jump around a little bit between the final conclusions, but those were categorized by caliper, species, quality of the trees. Are they, you know, in healthy shape or not? You know, for that final question, it helps inform whether a tree has or should be transplanted with time. So is it a blighted tree? Is there significant trunk damage or not? Or is this a mature and healthy tree that we should find another home for? In total, the site out there has, I think it's around 250 trees today. At the end of the project, there will be somewhere around 437 trees. Approximately 342 of those will be new. Somewhere around 95 of the trees we do hope to transplant to future homes. And those are, again, ranked by quality as well as feasibility. Excuse me, I misspoke there. 95 trees we hope to preserve on site, and those are ranked by feasibility, whether they may be, you have a good buffer to adjacent construction activities or not, or is a lake edge or a large retaining wall going right next to it. So if we could hop to the next slide, help explain a little bit of what I'm trying to communicate. So 76 of those trees, again, are in a fairly good spot for full protection. That full protection is outlined in the agreement with respect to, height of the fence, what the perimeter is around the tree that you must maintain. There's a requirement for maintaining water to these trees to, promote survivability. And then there's 19 of them that are questionable. We don't want to just throw them out. They're questionable because, again, probably the perimeter is in question as to how close is construction activity happening to it. But we've agreed to similarly protect them with fencing, irrigation. Again, you can see there are 437 trees in total. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there's about 7,800 new shrubs, grasses, and other species that will be planted throughout the sites. It's not just trees. If you're out there today, it's largely, bluegrass and some scrub grass and trees. As I'm sure you've seen in some of the landscape architecture sheets in the site plan. Civitas has done a great job of introducing pollinator species, drought tolerant species, and a wide variety of species depending on the location throughout the site. So some areas that are going to be experiencing predominantly shade year round, can we have something that's going to have a different look and effect than you'd see elsewhere. Next slide, please. Again, this hits the nail on the head. It's not just a built environment. It's not just concrete. This is just, we could have just treated this with a simple stairwell up to the Safeway building. This is a view looking from First Avenue to the south up to the current Safeway location. And, what could have been a simple stairwell and some ramping has been accomplished with, built-in seating, landscaping, and an ADA ramp. Next slide, please. Sustainability. I've read that the most significant impact you can have on greenhouse gas emissions is where you can choose to live. And what we've done here is try to create a 15-minute city, if you've seen that concept, where you can experience all of your daily needs within a 15-minute walk of where you live. We're going to be obviously creating numerous jobs on site, so there's going to be ample opportunity for employment. You can accomplish your shopping here. We hope to have a market. Of course, lifestyle, recreation. The library is already built in there. The rec center is right there as well, and you're adjacent to transportation. So, we do hope some folks will choose to go carless and call this place home, and also their place of business, and also where they invite their friends to hang out. But it's not just that. We're looking at construction materials, prefabricated construction, which reduces construction waste, eliminates nail shots from the local community. That's fairly easy to accomplish. Wood as a construction material is arguably the most sustainable construction material. It is renewable. It has the lowest embodied energy of any structural system. Certainly far better with respect to greenhouse gas emissions and concrete, steel, brick, glazing, timbers, tops the list. And if you'd like to discuss more about sustainability, we can jump into that in the Q&A. Next slide, please. We do encourage interested retailers, interested residents to contact us if anybody's watching online or is reviewing the video afterwards. BroomfieldTownSquare.net. Again, you can fill out a form, save your email, and let's start the chain of communication. Next slide, please. Pass back to Carolyn for just a wrap up here.
Thank you very much. And just to conclude us and wrap up here, I'd like to spend a few moments talking about the applicable criteria and how everything you've just heard demonstrates that this application meets all of the criteria. And just to remind you, as the staff summarized well and thoroughly in the staff report, there are really two sets of criteria for this plan: 17-38-220, which is the site development plan criteria, and 6.3.3, which is the urban renewal plan criteria. We're focusing here mostly on the site plan criteria. There are 12 of them, and the urban renewal criteria are essentially really mostly duplicative of the same concepts. And so we want to kind of not repeat everything twice. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of key things. The first one is consistent with the intent of section 1738-10, which is the PUD section, essentially saying that, hey, when you approve the site plan, you have to remember that you're implementing PUD zoning, which you already approved, and you only should do that if it really meets the intent of why you do PUD zoning. And so some of the key requirements in that section 1738-10 are: encourage greater innovation, variety in design, type, and layout of buildings; more efficient use of open space in relation to the buildings. And so if you think about some of the visuals that were shown to you there illustrating what this site plan will deliver, you can see that that's exactly what the design team is proposing to do here. Another component, another criterion in that section of your code as it relates to intent is creating new neighborhoods that incorporate the best features of modern design. And absolutely, this design that's before you incorporates numerous best practices in planning, design, and engineering. And then finally, encourages integrated planning. I have to say, and I think that staff might agree that I don't think I've ever worked on a project of this level of complexity and overlay and integration of engineering and architecture and site design all at once. And I think it's a testament to the city staff that you are willing to devote the kind of time that you have devoted to analyzing and reviewing and coaching the applicant on this project, because we have had biweekly all hands meetings, biweekly planning meetings, biweekly finance meetings, and I think weekly engineering meetings to get this very detailed site plan in the shape that it is ready to be presented to you this evening. So we really thank the staff for their time and contributions to making this a better project. And it is absolutely delivering what your code says it wants in terms of the intent of a PUD and integrated design and planning. A couple other quick ones. I'm going to do 2 and 3 together: mitigating negative impacts on adjacent property and maximizing positive impacts on adjacent property. Some of the features that would illustrate that, for example, are things like the connectivity. And you saw that plan for the bike and ped connectivity. And that's not just interior to the site. It's also thoughtful about where it connects to all the different areas, neighborhoods, and adjacent properties surrounding the site. Some of the other components of the site plan that minimize negative and maximize positive include things like where the townhomes are thoughtfully placed along Main Street facing west towards the existing neighborhood, and then transitioning to greater density and activity towards the center of the site as it moves away from the neighborhood into the more commercial area. So just a couple examples there. Adequate facilities for pedestrians, bicycles, and vehicles. We've certainly already talked about that. Adequate public improvements. As mentioned, there's been exhaustive review and discussion with staff. And also this application is accompanied by the improvements agreement, the IA, which we have spent many months negotiating, which lays out in much greater detail exactly which improvements have to be delivered at which stage of the development in order to ensure that improvements are delivered in order to serve the development as each part of it comes online. Conservation and sustainability. In addition to the overview that was presented to you tonight, there's actually a couple-page memo in your packet that's linked in the staff report that details with a little bit more information, the sustainability vision and some of the strategies that are going to be implemented here in order to achieve the sustainability goals of the city and the development team. So, and then consistent with the approved PUD plan, that was really one of the main things that Ms. Merwin highlighted in her presentation, is all the ways in which it is within the density, the height, the approved uses, and so on with the PUD plan that you approved a year ago today. So with that, we conclude our formal presentation. We are delighted to answer any questions that you have and respond to public comment following, when given the opportunity to do so. Thank you very much. And we ask for your approval of the SDP and urban renewal site plan and the 2 agreements.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the whole team. Thank you to the staff. I know a lot of work went into this, and there's a lot of interest in this project. So first, we're going to proceed with public comments on both of the items, starting with in person. If anyone would like to be heard on this item, please come form a line at the podium. We have a line on something. This is great. And step up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, Council. Thank you, Mayor. My name is Kenny Nguyen. I am a resident of Greenway Lane on Ward 1. And I think this is a great proposal. I think Town Square would be a tremendous economic and social, you name it. This is a great proposal. And I think 8 years of work has been a long time, and let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lois Vanderkoy, Broomfield Heights, and I have prepared comments. I'm so excited that this project is moving forward after years of being involved and talking with our neighbors. I encourage a unanimous vote on the site plans and agreements before you. I have faith that council members, staff, involved boards and committees, and the Alliance have worked thoughtfully and diligently to assure a vibrant, financially, socially, and environmentally sustainable town square. I so appreciate how you have listened to and considered many wishes and criticisms from the community and learned from past council and staff experiences. I also know that the Alliance has done the same to address community vision and needs and will continue to do so. The bond will not be held by the city, unlike the First Bank Center, and the financial revenue sharing agreement seems fair. It will benefit Broomfield revenues greatly in the future. I personally like a swimmable lake and think it will draw in customers for the ice cream shop that my husband so desperately wants. It will also provide a cooling and recreational feature for our city, as there is a lack of swimmable lakes nearby. But I know the lake has been a contentious issue. I assume that if the lake becomes non-swimmable or too costly as an amenity, adjustments can be made. I congratulate all on the complicated and detailed work for this special project, which truly develops a heart and cultural identity for our community. It will connect us as a community and make us even more proud to live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Adam Dietz, and I don't have a period statement, but I do live nearby, and all my kids have grown up here in Broomfield, played sports, gone to high school, now off to college. We're very excited to see this project go forward. My wife works here in Broomfield. We live up the street on 119th and Zunai, so we drive by here every day. We're excited to see this get going and look forward to its start and quick finish, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and Dura folks.
Burra.
Sorry. Seth Patterson. I'm a 37-year resident of Broomfield. Currently now living in Ward 1. The objective of this project has been, it's been around for decades, as was mentioned, I think, by staff. I think it's a great plan. I think it's a complete plan. I think the variances that they're requesting are reasonable. The sign variances, I think, primarily are driven by the fact that this project is so unique. The swimming lifeguard variance, I think they've provided adequate precautions with the fencing and whatnot to protect the public and controlled access to the lake. For a project of this magnitude and complexity, I would be surprised if council didn't have questions. That said, I think it's important for council to remember that LURC unanimously approved this, and they're experts in this. City Street Investors are longtime, trustworthy, world-class developer. And to comment on trustworthy, it would be easy, I think, for City Street Investors to skip really trying to build affordable housing and just decide to pay the cash in lieu. But they continue to want to build affordable housing, which I think could be a great feature of this project. I know the developer wants that, if for no other reason, that so that people who work there can afford to live there. So I encourage council's unanimous vote to approve this project. I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Adam Gobetti, Ward 5, McKay Landing. Not my style, but I have a few notes to keep myself on time. Otherwise, I'm not sure I could. A little passionate about this. Mold and madness, the money pit on our main street. So we heard tonight, massive complexity, massive time. The First Bank Center is a cautionary tale, and it should teach us a little humility. I understand that with interest and everything else, we've spent about 135 to 145 million on it, still owe something like 30 million. And currently it looks like we're just gonna tear that down. These reviews happen for a reason, and construction, even in the best scenarios, would not start for years. So by whatever means or mechanism, this project needs to be canceled. If not, I would ask that we do not spend taxpayer money on it. Now, we talk a lot about the 2016 and we show the approvals, but my understanding is that the initial ideas and things that led to what led to this started in 2007. That was a while ago. Few things have changed even in the last few years. So I would say a few things have probably changed since 2007. 10 years ago, we purchased the Safeway building for $3.6 million. I'm not sure this project ever made sense, but it certainly doesn't make sense now. The blight on 120th and Main is not the case of an abandoned building, but the result of the city purchasing the building for millions of dollars and leaving it empty for years, while incurring additional repair costs along the way. And I understand we're talking about we have to repair the roof again, which is pretty darn interesting, 1.2 million. And when I actually was looking at those pictures, I saw it was open air, but we're gonna talk about repairing the roof on that gutted mold-filled building. For those of us that care about the environment, we do not need to build a 4.5 acre artificial lake in our beautiful mile-high desert that will eat up most of the open space currently available in our city center, along with the rest of the development, of course. We do not need to stress our city budgets by paying $73 million, which includes a donated land to this project. So I'll repeat that. I'm told that the estimated value of the land, which who knows what it actually is, because this is probably an estimate a little bit old, it's about 20 million. And that the value of what the city will be contributing is something around 53 million. So $73 million. I notice that's a little bit hard to find if we don't tend to mention that when we're talking about this project. So I see I spiked my notes. I'm coming to the end of my time. So I'll just say Broomfield taxpayers are suffering from the property taxes and so much else. We're allocating so much time and energy to this instead of the First Bank Center. Please show the leadership our city needs. Cancel this project, or at least don't spend our taxpayer money on it.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and manager. You've heard from me once tonight. I'm Pat Monticelli, and I live in the Brandywine neighborhood. I did make a few notes so that I too would not ramble. So I'm speaking tonight in my capacity as a resident of Broomfield and as the president and CEO of the Broomfield Area Chamber. I want to stress I'm not speaking on behalf of the board of directors of the chamber, although I am keeping in mind our goals as a chamber to strengthen and support local business. I spoke in support of the zoning of the Town Square project back in September, and I want to echo that support tonight. I believe the Town Square project will open up increased economic opportunities for our city. Those include opportunities for retail, hospitality, and small business. And we've seen in other cities around us where there are downtown renewal projects or creation of downtowns where some did not exist, that there has been increased activity and visitors to those cities. And that's another piece that I don't want to miss. Creating the town square, the Broomfield Town Square, will open up more incentive for visitors to come to Broomfield and will allow residents in Broomfield now to have an opportunity to stay here for shopping and for food and for retail and for recreation where they might now be going out of town. So I think there's a downtown vibe that people would like to see. And I know we've heard a lot of support for it tonight. We don't have that right now. And I think this project will allow us to have that real downtown area that we've so long been wanting. So I would, in conclusion, encourage you to vote in favor of the site plan. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello again. This is John Waters. I've got multiple hats on tonight. I live in Red Leaf. So wearing my Broomfield resident hat, which I've had for 15 years, I really am in support of this program to give us a downtown. I don't go downtown Denver and I don't want to go to Louisville. I want to go downtown Broomfield. So I encourage you to continue on with this. And I'm so impressed with how much time you have spent and your details to this thing. I remember being here till midnight last time. I don't think we're gonna do that tonight, are we? But whatever. But I want you to do this. In my realtor hat, I'm a real estate broker. I think this is a really positive thing for our community because, we don't like to use the word blighted, but it's not a very nice look right now. And this would be an improvement to our city. And I think it's another reason to do this. Now Pat is the president of the chamber, so he can't speak for the chamber. I'm the board chair. I don't know if I can speak for it or not, but from that business standpoint, this is a good thing. Business is what drives our community. I don't have to tell you about the property tax rates for residential versus commercial property. So this is a really good thing to do. So with that said, I really would ask you to stand firm and let's make our city what we want our city to be and vote for this thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Boxy Jula Lockmore. Most companies don't bring their counsel with them to give a presentation, but this one was necessary. So you don't have a choice. You do have to vote this through. That's all I got.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? In person, last call. I don't see anyone online, so I'm thinking we should take our 10-minute recess before going to council questions, just because I know that this is more of a natural break, if everybody's okay with that. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess at 7:43. We'll be back at 7:53. Is that gonna throw off your mojo?
No.
Welcome back, everyone. Would you go ahead and get
Your computer.
What it is, that's. Okay. One more time. We fixed it. Thank you so much, Kyle. All right, everyone. Sorry about that. We're going to move on to questions from city council and borough members on the Town Square project. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, starting with Council Member Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. The developer, I have a couple questions for you, and then I know I have a couple questions for staff, and they'll probably overlap to a degree. Can you guys go over more of the solar, geothermal, that exploration of alternative fuels, as I'm going to call it tonight, for lack of a better word? You mentioned it's only exploration and not necessarily set decisions on whether you will incorporate it. What will that incorporation look like? Can you just explain more on that issue?
Thank you. Do I need to reintroduce myself after the break? Tim Frederick, Broomfield Town
If
Square
you
Alliance.
like.
Yeah. Sustainability, different buildings throughout this site. So I hate to dive in the weeds, but probably got to get particular here with the different buildings around the property because they are unique. When it comes to the residential buildings, we'll be moving forward with all electric heating and hot water in those buildings. And that's just something we've been moving forward with on projects regardless of regulations. It's just where things are going. It's not that big of a cost delta on the front end. So for these off the shelf parts, these are things that are tried and tested. So it's not like cutting edge technology. With actual on-site generation, a little bit more difficult to accomplish on those residential buildings, depending on the exact HVAC system that's implemented. That's true because oftentimes the rooftop of that building often gets gobbled up for rooftop units for air conditioning or heat exchange. So there's no way to, guarantee that you're going to have a nice clean roof up there for on-site generation of solar on the residential buildings, though obviously something that we'd love to explore. On the market hall, we'll be looking at solar PV production, actual production, as well as perhaps waste heat recovery from our sanitary. So there's systems that essentially just work like a heat exchanger for the water that's coming out of the building. And, those technologies are coming a long ways. They're doing one down at the National Western campus at a utility scale, which I think is the first utility scale. So maybe you've heard of that. So things that require further exploration, a little too soon to tell on some of them. I can say that, on the market hall that we delivered recently, we included a 200 kilowatt solar PV array. And I do believe there's good hope for the Safeway building for solar production.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to switch to the lovely lake, everyone's favorite subject in this development up here. First off, are there any other bodies of water similar to this one in the state of Colorado?
There's quite a few, and I might rely on our landscape architect in a moment, but when the lake design was kicked off, the group at Civitas laid out several different comparable lakes in size, scale, and use. It showed, actually, printed them all, tacked them up on, took over a room, tacked them all up on the wall to talk about, what this means. What's a 4-acre lake? What's a 5-acre lake in comparison to these related communities? One that immediately comes to mind is Keystone Lake in Keystone. You've got the shops there. You've got a small beach. You've got kayaks you can rent. And then you have the condominiums right there as well. So Keystone Lake's always the one that immediately comes to mind, is like pretty close. You got the boardwalk, you got the outdoor dining right there. But there's similar lakes that have, recreational functions like this as well. If that's the nature of the question. Bear Creek Lake State Park, Bear Creek Lake Park in Lakewood comes to mind. They've got a beach there. They've got stand-up paddleboard rentals as well. I don't know if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
In terms of the safety that was proposed in the operator maintenance agreement, are there hours of service in which the lake is open? Because you mentioned in your presentation that there is going to be a boathouse. You have to go there, sign a waiver. They can check out life vests, paddle boats, etc. But is the lake always open? Is the beachfront always open, or is it going to be closed off when there's no attendant there? I mean, can you?
It will be closed off when there is no attendant there. After boathouse operating hours, gate is closed and it's locked. So, as we went through the analysis of beach safety, it raised the larger question of what's the responsible thing to do here? Have this be, European style approach to, human interaction with water, in which it's more hands-off approach, and the pedestrian having to have some, portion of their own responsibility for how they're engaging the water. We don't live in Europe, so we're encouraged to approach this from a different fashion. Having a free and open beach without a fence available for folks to jump in, perhaps without supervision, is probably not prudent. And the decision was made to include a fence around the beach. The hill does drop down to the beach, so we're not too concerned about the sight lines out to the water from that location. But we took a look at the site plan. There's actually a fairly efficient way to deliver on that lake edge safety plan, because the boathouse is already included as part of the program. So those folks are going to be renting paddle boards, kayaks. Having personal flotation devices available for rent is an easy add. They're going to have them anyways, actually, and offers a really clean, controlled access point at a staffed boathouse with trained professionals. So just a logical step to take is, if we're going to provide access to the beach or have a beach, let's do it at, a spot that makes sense, where there's eyes on who's coming and going. Probably needs to be a waiver involved, as you've probably seen in the agreement. And as well as coupling that with good signage, a buoy marking the water depth on the buoy system. And there's some other tactics we're using as well.
So where exactly, because in the pictures and the diagrams you showed, I don't exactly know where that fence is around the beach. I knew that it was around the perimeter of the lake, but I wasn't sure where it was as it relates to the beachfront itself. And what does that closing look like? Is it chain link fence?
Yeah, there's key locations. What we've been talking about with Civitas is upgraded fencing at key locations, key views, make sure this is aesthetically pleasing. Nobody wants to look through a chain link fence. The fence has not been specified yet. All that being said, it may not be clear in the exhibit. I believe it's the last page or. Yeah, it's actually left I don't remember the number of it, but Joe, if you could give me the number of the slides towards the back, it's probably like slide 45 or something. But it's.
We have slide 45, please, Kyle.
So did I hit it on the head? No, 50.
Something.
I might have actually hit that. Yeah, 48. Apologize.
Okay.
So the fence would go right at the back of the beach. So you have, I don't remember how deep the beach is, 30 feet or something like that. At the back of the beach, there's a trail. So it made sense to introduce the fence in between the trail and the beach. So you don't have somebody wandering off the trail onto the beach without adult supervision, for instance. Yeah, so if you see on the left side of your screen there, you see the continuous fence guardrail around beach with emergency access gate. And then again, controlled beach access with the waiver. It's not coming through very brightly here in Chambers. I can assure you, to the right of that leader is the beach. You got beach seating, and then on the hillside, on the other side, you have grassy area and some seats up the hillside as well.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
In the future, if there's, let's say, a drought, for example, and the body that sits up here at that time has to take, let's say, extraordinary measures because we are not getting the water that we've bought from our Colorado Big Thompson allocation. How does this agreement deal with that issue?
You know, there's always force majeure in any agreement. You don't know what eventuality that the world's going to throw at you, whether it be war, famine, or drought. But you know, the lake's being filled with potable water. There's other ways to fill the lake. Not those approaches to filling the lake likely make the lake so that it's non-swimmable. If you recall, in some of our prior hearings and updates here, we spoke a lot about the lake. How do we fill the lake? Different approaches to filling the lake, being purple pipe. You know, speaking of purple pipe, the restroom building that we're adding just to the west of the lake. At one point, was contemplated to have like a full water treatment facility on there to use ditch water. That was going to be somewhere around a $2 million cost to the project. So looking at ditch water, which is not potable water, but coming just again off the irrigation ditch, the FRICO ditch, reclaimed water. There's concerns there with both swimming and ecology. The actual water quality with microbes from purple pipe and reclamation, not a big deal. The E. coli levels are actually much lower than the irrigation ditch. But with pharmaceuticals that are in the reclaimed wastewater, the fish species would actually not sustain. I think they turn predominantly female, if not entirely female, within a short course of time.
Seriously?
I'll leave it at that. So I'm in the weeds, as Joe would say, but there's other ways to fill the lake that would not allow us to use the lake for everything we dreamed of, like an awesome fishery, swimming. But there's other ways to get there from here. So if we did need to keep the lake full, there's other ways to approach it. Probably wouldn't include swimming at that point. I'll leave it at that.
So your contention is as long as the lake gets filled at the end of the day, you don't, in an extreme situation such as drought level 3 for us, you really don't care how it gets filled, just as long as it gets filled, right?
No, I think everybody would make prudent decisions, you know, at any given time. If there's an emergency with water use, I think we'll all be making decisions with respect to how we prioritize our water use in our communities. So I'm not saying that, you know, this thing, if people are going without, it needs to be topped off, but we hope it operates that way for as long as we're alive.
Okay. I have a couple of questions for staff. there were two projects that were listed in the 2025 CIP budget for reimbursement. One was the roundabout at First and Lamar / Spader Way, along with the pedestrian bridge where the current switchback is from the trail. Were those already projects we had planned for in the CIP budget, or were these partially or fully needed to be done because of this project?
Ms. Allen is making her way down and she can give the specifics, Councilmember Ward, but out of the 5 CIP projects, the Broomfield Town Square expedited the need to do that, but didn't create any one of the particular projects. Ms. Allen, can you expand on that a little bit if you need to?
Sure. Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Councilmember Ward, thank you for those questions. So the roundabout at First and Spader Way has been in the CIP for quite a while. It was in the long range plan before it made it into the 5-year plan. And we're asking the developer to construct it for coordination purposes. Yeah, that's the roundabout. The bridge over the channel, that is prompted more by the development. We had several conversations with the developer about connections to Decombs Drive, and they provide a few connections, including an ADA ramp. Broomfield really wanted to keep the one on the west, and but keeping it was actually slightly more challenging to design because we are building an underpass, so that channel is deeper there. So after some back and forth negotiations, we agreed that that was also really a CIP project that we would pay for, but they would build for coordination.
Okay. Can you kind of walk me through the justification as to why we would take on that cost if it really was the developer that's really bringing this on, this particular change?
Well, the developer argued that they didn't need that particular connection because they provided other connections. And staff felt that we still wanted it, so.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Sure. Next is Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions for staff and then a few questions for the developer. Starting off with staff, just so we're clear about what we're talking about tonight, kind of for Ms. Rogers. The Safeway purchase was done in 2015. The financial agreement was done in 2019, and the PUD was done last year, 2022. We're not talking about any of those decisions tonight. This is strictly just the SDP and the borough plan.
Correct. And the two corresponding contracts that are.
And how it relates to the building, tree placement and signs and all those kind of things. So, and my understanding of the SDP criteria, we really can't even, I mean, that's the older stuff is not even part of this decision.
No, those standards and the developer had included the slide, but it's also on page 42 of the staff packet. Those standards are set by code. There might be some overlap with some decisions that were made in the past, but those standards have to be considered based on the site development plan application that's in front of you today.
Right. And then just so everyone is clear and the public is clear, the $73 million that we've pledged towards this project, $20 million of that is for the Safeway transfer. But that was set in stone in the 2019 agreement, correct? The transfer of the Safeway building agreement?
Transfer was, yes.
And let's say, as some have mentioned, we didn't go forward with this project. What would happen to this? What could we do with the Safeway building? Aren't we bound by that 2019 agreement to not do anything with that building for 20 plus years?
Councilmember Marshall, I'm going to have to get back to you on that question, and I will during this meeting.
And then just for City Manager Hoffman, the $53 million, the rest of the $73 million thing, we're not writing the developer a check for $53 million, correct? This is revenue that doesn't exist today that we are only reimbursing them for revenue that is created by this project.
Correct, and it's 54 million, which is the cap. So between the property tax, you'll see a slide here for those of you that can endure this conversation into the next budget conversation. Excuse me. Between the property tax and the sales tax.
But that's not revenue that does not exist today.
That's correct.
Okay. And I just have a couple of questions for the developer. Really, I sent a bunch of questions to staff before, and they answered most of my questions in this week leading up, which is all in the correspondence. But just one question on the amphitheater. I know in an earlier iteration of this, it envisioned a larger amphitheater, and that seems to have been dropped. And I'm just curious to know why that was.
Yeah, I remember that from one of the very early plans. If you go back in the 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years we've been working on this, there were a lot of different ideas and proposals that got bandied about, and an expansion of that amphitheater was on there. And actually there were some plans, I don't know, the guys from Civitas will remember, but we had little things jutting out into the water where you'd be able to look into the amphitheater and stuff. And some of those things just never made the final cut, but there were literally dozens of great little ideas like that, not all of which got incorporated into the plan. But you're not mistaken. There was at one time, but it's been at least 5 years, honestly, since there was any discussion about something like that.
Okay. Is there room in the project, like space, that if in the future the demand was there for a larger amphitheater, that it could be incorporated at a later date? Or maybe with the library expansion, I don't know if that's something.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where we'd have to look at where the property boundaries are, but you know, the boundary of what's actually Broomfield Town Square is pretty tightly defined. And there is land beyond that is, you know, not part of this plan. There is definitely land set aside for a library expansion, which we worked out pretty carefully with the library. But as you move beyond into the west, there's whatever's there is, or really, I guess, to the north is not, it's not part of our project.
Okay, thank you. And then just one question on the Safeway building. We just approved 1.2 million to do the roof. You guys aren't tearing down the roof. It's just a small portion through the middle that's going to be.
That's right. So the roof really needed to be replaced in order to protect the building. It's a valuable building, and to protect it from further rust or water intrusion. And there's no point in mitigating the mold if you're letting more water in. But yeah, the bulk of that roof will be able to retain. We'll strip off all the equipment. We'll have a nice smooth roof. We'll take down a portion of it, obviously, to do the paseo, but yeah, the bulk of the roof will remain.
And then just one final fun question. You showed the picture of Santa Claus at Union Station, and I'd like to we take our kids down there for Santa Claus because I like the ambiance and can we have a Santa Claus in this development?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
It's a SOP, standard operating procedure.
What about an ice skating rink in the middle of it?
That's probably not on the, but that they can do that up in the Keystone Lake, but I don't think we don't have the weather for that here.
And it's serious on that same note, winter activation in the space. What is the plan as far as what's going to be going on in the wintertime?
Yeah, the lake will remain active year round. I mean, people can use it, unless it's completely frozen over, people can use it if they want to get out there. And, we intend to maintain it as a fishery, and you can fish all year long.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. That's all questions.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I have a question to start about the variance for administrative review for the townhome architectural details. I understand that those details will come forward, and the variance is to allow administrative review and a call up by city council. Will those townhome details eventually be posted for public review?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Since it's facing Ward 3. The parking variance, could the developer offer some insight into why the parking variance was requested, along with why the setback was reduced in variant according to the variance?
Start with the easy one, the
Okay.
setback, it's fairly fresh in the brain. There's a surface parking lot by the tennis courts where due to the way the site racks, it gets a little tight in there. And I think it's 18 feet or so from the surface parking lot to Main Street, which is less than the 20 feet that's specified in the PUD. And I think that was just a miss. I don't think it's actually moved anytime recently in our prior iterations of the SDP. So it's just that it gets tight there. I think it's to preserve an additional dozen spaces or something for the tennis court and beach area. So that was the easy one. And with respect to the parking variance, there's the park in the church for Easter Sunday type mentality of prior generations of development of in America. And much of what the variance is about is learning from those lessons, from mistakes in the past. For instance, shared use of parking structures. You don't park each use to its maximum full occupancy, regardless of what time or day of the week it's peaking at independently. That's how we end up with a sea of surface parking everywhere. So what we did is challenge a traffic consultant to look at the various uses around the site and layer in data with respect to peak demand hour for the type of use, whether it be office or multifamily residential, and then analyze appropriate parking ratios for those types of uses, layer them all together and arrive at a conclusion, and relying on their judgment on what those metrics are. But they do, based on our professional experience, fall in line with what we would expect. The old way of doing things is, it's two spaces per unit. It's like, where did we come up with these numbers? I challenged somebody to show me where those numbers are actually created from. And it's probably out of a textbook from 50 years ago and got set as a standard and got perpetuated. Nobody knows why they were set, and they're not real. And that's not what the actual amount of parking is utilized in our developments. So we recognize that there's a mix of use. Fairly certain that some folks who live here will also work here. It's not 5 people. It's not 500 people, but there might be 30, 40, 100. There's a mix of uses that have synergies, and you don't park each one for, well, this retailer needs employee parking, but didn't we just say we want the folks to live here as well? So they're already kind of parked in the same building. So the parking consultant looked at all of these things with the latest thinking and the best data available today to do better than just using rough rule of thumbs from the past.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
I had a question about the lake for the developer, or the beach access, I guess. Why was the decision made? I understand you have provisions for safety that you think are adequate. Why was the initial decision made, or was it even entertained to have lifeguards?
Yes, and there's multiple ways that folks thought you could approach beach safety. You could, we spoke with I think 2 consultants, the insurance representative that will be binding insurance for this project. I believe an attorney, perhaps 2 attorneys as well. And we got a sort of an array of feedback. And unfortunately, there was no one consistent, you got to do it this way. I think I heard it said you could put a 20-foot fence around the entire lake and be done with it, but that's not reality. Or you could do nothing. And where do you want to operate on the spectrum? Are you doing the appropriate things to mitigate risk. And by fencing the beach, controlling beach access, requiring an adult to accompany minors for beach access, requiring non-swimmers to have flotation device, having flotation device there, right there, you're looking at them available for rent, posting signs for all of these, coupled with the signature of a waiver and having trained staff on site with CPR and first aid training, just all of those things combined. The boathouse is right proximate to the beach, putting a buoy, having a gradual entrance. It feels like we're doing all the right things here. Not everywhere where there's water, must there be a lifeguard is how we understand it. But are you doing appropriate things to control the risk with or without a lifeguard? There's an argument to be made that adding a lifeguard could theoretically, add risk if you think about, true legal risk. If should an accident happen and you've employed a lifeguard, there is a perception that, hey, somebody was watching me. That's not how we need this to work.
Okay. Is there any thought given at this point in time to control the volume of swimmers, boaters, whatever, who are in the lake area at one time? That seems to come to mind with safety.
Yes. And there will be supplemental standards that are set. Some of the standards that were obvious were placed in the operation and maintenance agreement as an exhibit. But there's additional standards that need to be bolted on that, including just like you said, how many occupants can be in the swim beach area at a time.
Okay, thank you. Then this is directed at staff. So I appreciated staff's response to Councilmember Marsh Holson's question about, their view of the variance of the idea that there's no lifeguards and that there's other measures taken for safety. How does, this is for legal, how would our liability, our limited liability, from what I understand, for this situation at the larger lake compare to the liability that we would have for the lake that's there in the first place? I mean, anybody can drown in any amount of water. So can legal comment on that?
It's very fact specific, but I think the liability that we have is governed by the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. And, and I don't want to diminish an accident that could happen on our existing lake or on a future lake, but there would have to be something more than negligence for immunity for liability to attach to the city. So what the staff memo covered and what the developer was talking about was in that spectrum are there reasonable precautions related to that lake? And it's going to be very fact specific in the situations. Was the fence broken at the time? Was it not repaired? Was it kept open for 12 hours when it should have been checked? So all those factors come into play. I think staff acknowledges that no plan can reduce all liability or risk. The steps that are taken are consistent with what other parties do on similar lakes or recreational swimming facilities, which is what we looked into. Does that answer your question, Councilmember?
Yes, it does. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Next is Authority Member Law Evans joining us remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you, excuse me, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very good. Thank you so much. I have a number of questions for staff. Of course, I want to make it clear that I'm an authority member, certainly not a member of council, and I'm here on behalf of the North Metro Rescue Fire District and our board of directors. So some questions for staff that some of which I've heard touched on tangentially tonight. What does any of this have an impact on finances for the fire rescue district?
I'm going to ask Mr. Romine to come down. Generally, board member Law Evans, the fire district is left whole. So the city and county can only commit their funds. So whether it be property tax or use tax or sales tax, we can't commit fire district funds. And then all the other URAs, we leave the fire district whole.
I
Mr. Romine,
appreciate
can you
that.
Add to that.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem, council members and board members. I'm Jeff Romine. I'm an economist and the Director of Economic Vitality. And I may look to Carl just to make sure I'm saying it exactly right. So first off is you will be seeing, the plan is you'll be seeing a item coming through on the agenda, likely in the first half, we'll call it roughly February, March, related to the urban renewal area and the commitment of additional funds from other taxing entities. So that will be coming through at a future date, and it is part of the plan as it's moved forward by the developer. So that's still before you, or will be coming before you in roughly 6 months. We'll say 4 to 6 months. Within that, there has been preliminary conversations with a number of the taxing districts that will be applied here, that will be utilized as mentioned earlier, both by the developer and within our presentation. There is a 2019 development agreement related to finance and where the city has already committed its funds and what we'll be utilizing to support this program. Those other ones from the other taxing districts will be coming at that time. And those conversations are underway or in some cases completed. So from the fire district, at this point, I'm just confirming with Carl, but I believe that they are not involved in this particular development. Is that correct? So at this point, the developer has not indicated any commitment or desire for the commitment of the fire district to come in with their mills.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Romine. I appreciate that very much. And I have not been party to those discussions, certainly that have happened with the fire district. But I am confident that Broomfield staff and district staff will get together before that next stage of the URA discussion and figure out whatever needs to happen. I'm confident that staffs will figure that out. Also, then with regard to the fire district, are there other, and I think this is I don't know if this is a question for staff or the developer, are there other service related impacts from the development? I'm specifically, I'm thinking about the discussion that has been ongoing with regards to not having lifeguards. And of course, if there is an emergency at the lake or anywhere else, it is fire rescue district personnel who will respond. So has anyone gone through as to whether or not there is an anticipated impact to service levels for the district?
And if I could, I'm going to call on a friend and then the developer to respond to that. So just to highlight, while I let Anna or Lynn come up, part of our normal development process in the pre-application and as we move through is oftentimes thinking about fire access and emergency access to development. So thinking about those ways in which the trucks can necessarily get to those emergencies. And then I would probably, after they respond, the developer may be able to respond further with any other conversations they may have had with the district.
Thank you.
Lynn Merwin, Planning Manager, Borough Member Law Evans, Council. Yes, as part of the development review, the application was referred to the fire district. They reviewed the plans through numerous referrals and signed off on the application at the planning level stage. They will continue to have a role in the review as we proceed, presuming there's an approval tonight. In 2024, a lot of the work will focus on construction level review for permitting, and the fire district will continue to be involved in that. I know there was a time early on where access to the beach was very important, and so that will continue to be something I'm sure they will watch for, and we will need to coordinate with them on the fencing design and style as that proceeds through CD review.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you all so much for that. I appreciate it. Ms. Merwin, as long as you're right there, I can't actually see you, but I heard you. Of course, the Fire Rescue District headquarters abuts this development right there on the corner of Spader Way and First Avenue. And are there expected to be impacts to that physical location? And specifically here, I'm thinking about the discussion about the roundabout. And I looked in the staff memo with the, I didn't see the roundabout penciled in on any of the maps, any of the site development plan drawings or anything like that. And I know that roundabouts certainly take more land than the stereotypical right angle intersection. So I'm wondering, is there an expectation that land will need to come off of the corner where the headquarters is, or what do we think about that? And are there other physical impacts to the fire district headquarters?
Yes, Lynn Merwin again. So the roundabout is not part of the site development plan proposal this evening, but it is part of the agreement, the improvement agreement that's going forward. As I mentioned during my presentation, the roundabout is a capital improvement project on the part of the city. And we asked the developer to take that construction on for coordination purposes with other improvements they need to do in First Avenue and in the area. So all the details have not been established yet. Again, those will be done through construction document review, but we have looked at the right of way, and I don't believe there is any impact to the fire district for in terms of needing additional right of way. Katie, help me out if I'm okay. That's what I recall too, but I just wanted to confirm. Certainly during construction, the whole area, there will be, perceived impacts as the site is graded, the lake is dug out. There will be a stormwater detention facility built just to the north of the fire district. The library parking will be reconfigured. We did work with the fire district on all of this. We worked with the fire district on a new path between the library and the fire district that needed to circumvent the stormwater facility. So, and over time, the fire district has shared a desire down the road to possibly have some additional parking to the west of the fire district. We've not received there was temporary parking there when the station on Midway was being rebuilt. And that temporary parking has since been removed. There's still a pad there, as I recall. But we have not received a formal request from the fire district to look into additional parking to the west of the administration building. But there is a little bit of space there. I can't speak for the city on whether that would be approved or not, but we've had some very preliminary conversations on that.
Very good. Thank you very much for that detailed explanation. I think my last question is for Manager Hoffman. I guess this is sort of we have danced around a little bit the overall cost in terms of revenue sharing and staffing a little bit, but I guess I have not heard, and I haven't kept up with it as well as some, I have not heard kind of an overall outline of what this is going to cost the city and the special districts in terms of revenue sharing, property costs, staffing levels, services, the water for the lake. What's the bottom line, Manager Hoffman, if we could, if there is a bottom line as to what this is going to cost taxpayers?
Board member Liz Law Evans, the city county attorney, and I are on the STP. Ms. Rogers, it's not a financial conversation.
this isn't the authority member Law Evans. Good evening. What's before council and borough is the site development plan. And the financial aspects, while they've been discussed in the past related to it, is not really not on deck for this situation. I know that's probably not the ideal answer that you want at this point, but we really need to focus on the plans that are subject to the applications tonight.
I see. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. I appreciate that. So just so I understand, at this point in time, you're indicating that I can't even ask that question?
No, I think you can ask the question. I think the response is going to be, we want to maintain the record on this specific hearing on the site development plans that are before council and borough this evening.
I see. You're right. I wasn't expecting that kind of an answer. Very good. All right. Well, I believe that's all I have. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Authority Member Law Evans. Next is Council Member and Authority Member Cohen.
Thank you. I will try my best to stay within the parameters of the SDP, but it's been over a year since we've seen you, so it's hard not to stray, and I probably will fail. But I wanted to just finish off maybe the lifeguard issue, and maybe this is a question for Attorney Rogers. I think the city has a different approach perhaps to lifeguards than private enterprise in that like Lake Loveland has lifeguards and hours on their beach. And they also have drought rules, so you can swim during certain periods, but not all the time. And there's also a distinction I noticed, like if you go to Derda, you can only swim there when there's a lifeguard. Whereas I go to Choose and there's no lifeguard. So there's they have a different way of approaching that at all. And I can swim 24/7. So is it a municipal, we have a different liability in this sense, however, well, we're responsible for maintaining the lake. We're not necessarily operating it. Correct? They're gonna run the boathouse, they're gonna run the amenities.
Oh, yeah.
But we're
yes,
maintaining the lake.
correct.
So where does, the city is asking for lifeguards because you feel like we have liability because of that arrangement and we need to have lifeguards. We can't go the more private approach and be on your own.
I'm not, I'll defer to staff on what the discussions were about lifeguards and not having lifeguards. The issue of liability is different for a local government because of the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, and we have immunity that private entities might not have. Although the immunity is waived when you're operating a swimming facility. So we are actually a little bit closer to private facilities than in other regards, like if you tripped on this step here tonight. So those are the factors why we look at what is reasonable in the circumstances for maintaining this swimming facility. So not only that we limit our potential exposure to liability, but also so that we just create a safe amenity for the community. I don't know, and staff put this in the memo, there is no way to reduce liability at all. And I'm not sure if lifeguards would be the silver bullet to say that would help us avoid all liability in this regard.
So the staff request in the memo is simply staff believes this is the best way to go just in terms of public safety.
Staff thinks that the plan right now addresses the concerns as far as liability.
Okay. And I will use that topic because I just was curious in terms of the overall operation and sort of relate this to the discussion we had with the Flatiron development, where they wanted to go from a 12-hour operation to an 18-hour operation of activity. And with the lifeguards shutting down the boat, shutting down at dark, you're not going to swim there in the dark. What is the plan to make this an 18-hour center of activity beyond that for this development?
Thank you, Council Member Cohen. Joe Bostries with City Street Investors. The beach and the boathouse are, merely, one aspect of the overall project. There's a concept that we talk about in placemaking called the power of 10, where there's got to be 10 things that you can do. And we go to each of those 10 things, there's 10 more things to do. So the whole idea of strolling around the lake, shopping, getting an ice cream cone, all the things you might do, those are going to be the 18-hour levels of activity. I spoke earlier, I think at the last September about, it's really more than 18 hours. I told a little story about the day in the life of Broomfield Town Square where, the baker and the bartender are crossing each other's paths at 4 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning. There's really some sort of activity going on, all the time. The beach is just one component. We felt like we hired a consultant, engaged consultants and talked to a lot of folks about the right balance to strike with what's being created here and feel like we've got a good plan for it.
Okay. I know this isn't a concept review, but lighted fountains would be nice when you come back. Maybe something like that.
Well, we're gonna have fountains.
Okay, good.
They're at the other end of the lake.
And last question is just on the the variance for the administrative review. And I'll make that a segue. If you could address the timeline. I assume that administrative variance will that speed things up?
Yes, that's the hope. Our team is intending to build everything but the townhomes. We expect that to be a different developer building those. And so we don't want to design that for that builder is basically what this is about.
And while you're standing there, can you give us some sense of timeline? Are we looking at best case or?
Yeah, we actually, if somebody wants to pull up a slide, we've got our schedule that we brought with us. Everybody probably like to see that.
I can help
take
answer in the meantime.
it.
So we hope to break ground in about 18 months, which is 12 months of plan preparation, 6 months of permitting. The townhomes would come online at the same time as the lot one, which would be the active adult, because they're adjacent. It wouldn't work to have construction activity ongoing. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a staggered start. They're not going to start immediately, but lag the foundation of the building immediately to the east and deliver whatever that be, spring 27. Is that somewhere around there? Yeah, somewhere in there, mid 27.
Okay, terrific. Thank you, Vince. Appreciate that. That's all, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask an additional question about everyone's been talking about the lifeguards and the insurance and what that might look like. Is it, and I'm not sure, this probably might be a staff question, maybe Mr. Shuck, I don't know, maybe or other additional staff can answer this question. But since it seems like we have the parameters on the private side to have all these safety measures in place, but really ultimately the responsibility lies with Broomfield City and County. And so it sounds like we are recommending that we have, these lifeguards. And I'm wondering, is this for staff's side of things? Do we have to pay, since we have insurance through CIRSA, are we going to have to pay more for insurance? Or would we pay for lifeguards on our own and mitigate more payments towards CIRSA, or how does that work?
Councilmember, I'm gonna have Nancy do the CIRSA related question. So part of the sausage making of what this final product is a lot of back and forth, particularly about the beach. I can't even count how many questions and back and forth. So I want to say that staff is signed, seal, and approval recommending that this is what the preference was. The preference was originally to have lifeguards. And then it was the modifications and the mitigating not having lifeguards. So how would we end up in a mitigating risk without the lifeguards? So again, the question is because these conversations always come back to kind of sign off or what staff was recommending versus what the developer was recommending. So Nancy can do the CIRSA piece, but again, it's compromising every single time we have one of these conversations. It's about compromising. So how do we move the project forward? and still meet the minimum requirements. And I don't want to say minimum as in we're going to skate by on it. But certainly, and that's why Mr. Shuck was so quick to come down to the podium, because of course that's his life. But we are not planning to have lifeguards from a CCOB perspective. Nancy, you want to talk a little bit more about the SRSA?
Sure. So CRSA was contacted just to make sure if this amenity was built, if it would be covered, and it would be covered. Now, what that cost will entail, we just won't know until it's built and it can be assessed in the context of all of our amenities. We pay one premium that would cover this. So it's at this point, it would be very far from speculation to try to guess what that cost would be and if it would be offset by other investments.
And Mr. Shuck, do you know of any other places? I know that my council member Cohen, my friend up here, mentioned other lakes and other places. Have they run into any issues with either not having lifeguards, having lifeguards? What does that look like as far as a safety perspective?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and Board Member Evans. I appreciate the question, Councilmember Hinkle. There are some areas that do have non-lifeguarded beaches. During COVID, there was pools even that went to some non-lifeguarded indoor facilities. So it really, when it gets down to it, it's the overall safety. And you've heard that quite a bit tonight. What are those barriers of protection that are put in place? And the first barrier is the fence, the controlled entry. They've spoken about a possible waiver, having the life jackets available. And then that last kind of barrier of protection is a lifeguard or not a lifeguard. So it's really determined on the standard of care of the industry or the municipality or the agency on whether they want to go that way or not. For us, it's something that we do. We do it for all of our facilities, but there are a lot of facilities that do not do that and don't have lifeguards present for a number of reasons. Some of it is cost, some of it's just due to they want it to be more open and not have that lifeguard present during that time. So it's really there's no real cut and dry. There's no regulation that says you must or you must not. It's really agency by agency and whether they want to have lifeguards or not lifeguards as that last barrier protection.
Okay, so it sounds like we don't have a ton of data necessarily on having a lifeguard or not a lifeguard. Is that correct?
There's a lot of data nationally that we could look at. I don't have it off the top of my head tonight, but we could definitely get that to you about just that risk of having a lifeguard versus not having a lifeguard. And I would bet it's kind of 50-50 because you could bring people all across the industry. I've been doing this for 37 years. I spent 25 of those years in aquatics specifically. Many of those years was running a lake. So you can get a lot of people in the same room and a lot of experts in the same room, and you'll probably have a 50-50 down whether you go with lifeguards or not go with lifeguards and whether that's a detriment or helpful. And really the more important aspect of it is what are those barriers of protection that you're putting in place to protect those individuals that are entering that beach area.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shuck. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
I have one more question. And that'd be for the developer. When you guys are talking about your townhome plans, I know at the state level, they're running some legislation this year on, making it easier and better for developers to make townhomes. Are you guys a part of that conversation? Because I would hate to say that we're making townhomes and then when that actually doesn't happen. What part of the conversations are you guys having with our developers on that and then our legislators?
Yes, I work for a company it's got a lot of construction activity and Carolyn represents a lot of construction and development clients. So, we have a lot of trade organization influence as well, where we're always pushing for legislation that'll help fix the liability, which is the primary inhibitor of why folks are not delivering for attached for sale residential. Townhomes are a bit better, in particular in comparison to condominiums. But regardless, there's proper ways to execute quality control, insurance, entity setup, et cetera, that you see plenty of folks that are still able to deliver in condominiums, but we're probably, at 10 or 20% of where we should be due to our law. So yeah, we're pushing, from a corporate level. I know Carolyn's organization is as well as their trade organizations are. But it's not good. And there's a reason why it's not getting built out there today. We are building some of that as a company, and the choice to not deliver those townhomes is more so it's attack and a sledgehammer type of thing. We're not quite set up to deliver 12 townhomes. There's plenty of groups that are, and we think those will be in high demand. So we'll be selecting a partner to deliver those townhomes. There's 12 of them right there. And there's plenty of groups out there that are well suited, that local groups. You'd recognize some of the names. We're just not quite to that step yet.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
That's all.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I was hoping a lot of my questions would be answered, and they were, so this is helpful because I had way too long of a list. Okay, so this is related to the parking reduction by 37%. And this is kind of understanding that Broomfield does not have like amazing bus service. So this is the town square that's for all of Broomfield. So I'm just curious, was that factored in those discussions on those parking numbers that we don't have amazing RTD, or we could rely on FlexRide is about all?
Yes, Joe Vostries with CSI again. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Anderson. The approach that we took with this, which is really the way things are done right now, is to hire a parking and traffic consultant to study the exact environment where you're doing a development like this and take into account all of those things. What's the mass transit? What's the surrounding neighborhood? How is the parking going to be used? The consultant generated a very lengthy document that we provided to the city. And that's the document. When you hire somebody like that and they produce this document, we're going to live with whatever they come up with, right? So they produced the document, and we obviously shared that and provided that to the city, and that became the basis for how the project got designed. Was using the best expert consultant that we could find to say this is what you should provide. So that's how that number was arrived at. It's coincidental that it's 37% of what zoning is, but as Tim spoke earlier, the zoning is kind of like a sledgehammer approach to things. It's a rule of thumb, and it's a rule of thumb, for example, that might be appropriate for a strip center, where you're putting it out on a busy thoroughfare, and everybody that drives to that store, or everybody's going to use the store, is going to drive there, get in their car, get their stuff, get back in their car and drive where they're going. And that's sort of where those parking ratios came from. But this is a far more refined approach to determining what the right number is.
Okay, so basically it did take into account the mass transit available in the area. Thank you. You have another.
Ms. White, did you?
If I may, Mayor and Council Member, I just wanted to add one thing, and that is tying it back to the criteria specifically. One of the criteria, which is it's consistent with the intent of the PUD section of your code. And one of those intent statements is to maximize the most efficient use of land. And I think most urban planners would agree that one of the least efficient things we could use the land for is parking. And at the same time, you also have to have enough parking to make sure all the uses function, right? That people aren't circling around looking for space and they leave because they didn't find one. And that's exactly that balance that this consultant tries to strike and to deliver. How much parking do you really need? What's the most efficient use of this land to deliver enough parking so it functions properly, but not so much that we're being wasteful and devoting land to parking that's not going to be used very much.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that they did take into account the mass transit in the area. Okay, so I have a question about this. This goes back to a question I think I asked about a year ago related to the creation of the lake. And when we better understood that was 12 feet deep. It's a lot of dirt that needs to be moved. And we had some discussion that about, is this dirt going to remain on the site somewhere in the area, or is it going to be trucked away? Do we have any further clarification on what will happen to all that dirt?
As much as can be utilized on the site will be. You don't want to touch dirt twice or have to touch it at all. If you can avoid moving it, you want to keep it on site. That said, there is an export of soil. The site doesn't balance in full. You always hope the site balances. This doesn't balance. There will be export. So some of the soil from where the lake is will be used to bring up building pads to proper elevation. So we'll, again, be using as much as we can on site. The rest of it will be hauled off. I don't have the exact quantities on me, but already putting that on the radar of some of the transport companies that specialize in this space. And the idea is, getting the conversation going early so you can find a nearby home for the soil rather than if you approach the conversation late, you haven't coordinated with a nearby site that may be in need of soil. So we're already starting those conversations.
Would you say like a good portion of the dirt would be used on site, or you have?
No, less than half. If Rashawn may have export quantities off the top of his head, but if I'm betting, it's probably 25% on site. I mean, is that a good? Yeah, we're fortunately I didn't come prepared with the export quantities. I apologize.
Okay, that falls under conservation as well. So I just want to make sure we're paying as close attention to that as we can, because we don't want to be trucking that dirt around. Okay, and then I have questions regarding the lake that haven't been asked with the without the lifeguards on duty. There's a requirement for the parent to supervise children under age 18. I have no idea how you're going to enforce that. That's like I would just love to hear more about the enforcement and how we know, are they within eyesight, arm's length?
Well, having had children through all those ages, I can speak to that experience that is at least for me. But we, as I said earlier, we engaged some consultants on this decision on really how to manage this. And, has been spoken to earlier, this balance between what kind of a facility do you want to create and how do you staff it? What we're creating here is that we're trying to create the most naturalized environment that we can. We're not creating a public swimming pool per se. It's a beach, and it's going to have a shallow, gently sloping quality to it. And we really want, one of the things let me back up. One of the things we sort of learned from talking to some of the consultants is that, lifeguards can be a double-edged sword, yes, they're trained, but we know that they tend to be of a very young average age. We have a lot of swimming pools in Denver that didn't open this summer because they couldn't get lifeguards. So they were alternating on pools throughout the city. So, but the other problem sometimes with having those lifeguards is that it gives parents perhaps a false sense of security. So there's these balances that you have to take into account in creating your plan. The plan that we created is controlled access, signing a waiver, being told, if you're 12 years old and you want to come in, you can't come in without your parent. You have to be supervised. So we added a whole lot of measures, I think, to how we're managing this that will still make it feel very friendly and open and, more of a natural kind of experience, while at the same time providing a reasonable level of safety and control.
Okay, I think I missed the part of how controlled it was. I thought I heard someone was signing a waiver. So it is so controlled that you're entering like through a turnstile or something where you can't get in.
That's right. It's a fenced facility. So you'll enter at the boathouse, and at the boathouse, somebody's looking at you, you got a parent or a guardian with you. How old are you? You have to sign the document. If you're a non-swimmer, you would have the ability to get a life preserver and take it with you if we want to go out there. And of course, if you're renting a paddle board or you're getting in a paddle boat or whatever, it's be mandatory to wear those things. So it's a pretty controlled environment. Well, like I said, at the same time, maintaining this sort of level of, not making it like a public swimming pool. I mean, you can, there's many places around the city where you can rent paddle boats, you know, in parks and stuff. There's no lifeguard there, but it's the same kind of thing. You go, you rent the boat, you sign the paperwork, you put on your life jacket, you get in the paddle boat, you paddle around.
Okay, I did not realize there was a waiver for every swimmer, paddle boat.
If you want to come, yeah, if you want to come in and use it, we're going to ask for waivers. Yeah.
Okay, and then that leads into another question on the paddle boards. Is it, is the thought right now to just have rental paddle boards, or if you bring your own equipment, is this gonna?
We are thinking it's you're going to have to rent. And part of that is because we're going to be running this as a concession, and there's going to be a concessionaire there that, you know, needs to get paid to operate it. And it also gives us a little bit greater level of control that, you know, you don't just show up and throw your paddleboard in the lake. You've got to go through the same control process.
Okay, and then that maybe helps with this next question, that this is, you know, a feature of Broomfield, and my thought is that this is, we really want to make sure that Broomfield residents are getting to utilize this. So is there a thought in there too, that there'd be like a Broomfield rate versus a non-resident rate? Is that in consideration?
We're not planning on charging for access.
Not charging for access, no, for the boat rentals.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. We could think about that. We haven't got that far, obviously, in the conversation with our concessionaire yet, but yeah, just access to the beach course, there won't be any charge. And if you want to rent a paddle board or a paddle boat, there'll be some sort of a reasonable charge for it.
Okay, and then, oh, here's the other question that's related to the beach was, so you're swimming, is there a limit to how far you can go? If you're not
Yeah,
swimming? Okay.
there's a plan to have, you know, we'll establish a buoy line out there. It'll basically say no swimming past this point.
And then I think this is the only question related to the lake is, when it comes to winter time, thin ice is a concern. Is there a thought there too? You have guardrails around a lot of it that will help, and then just the thin ice signs or some kind of a.
Yeah, we're obviously some of this, we're going to have to see how it plays out in terms of how, you know, whether this lake service actually does freeze, you know, completely freeze over. We're not really inviting people onto the lake any time of the year other than, you know, through the beach access. So, but yeah, there'd be cautionary signs, you know, really throughout the whole project, you know, that says, you know, don't get in the water, you know, swimming not allowed in this area, that kind of thing. So I don't think whether it's winter or summer, you know, we're going to be wanting to control that, you know, regardless of the season.
Okay, and then I do have like one final question here. This was kind of it's to be determined in the future, but the original images and still even on that very first slide shows, you know, people right down by the water, the steps, they come down, you're right there by the water. And now there's a guardrail. So what does that? That's just going to be thought out as it goes.
Well, no, that design has been tweaked, you know, so really what we're, you know, as we got into the final stages of how we really thought this edge was going to work and created that railing there are not, and Tim, maybe you want to jump in here. I don't think we really have those same, the access points are different now, and the railing really surrounds the lake.
I can jump in.
Yeah, we want to go to the slide.
There's a couple slides. I'm gonna pull up this slide.
Might be the easiest way to look at this.
Helpful for communication. Is it? Are we past our AV cutoff, or could we pull up the PowerPoint? Last time? Slide 48, if it's possible, but there's, you know, the different areas of the lake are treated differently. You know, as I'm driving up here on 36 this afternoon, I look over at the promenade in Westminster, beautiful pond right there next to shops and residences. No protective access preventing anybody from going into that water. So you have to take everything for this setting. It's in, you know, is there a commercial shop right next to this where a small child might be getting an ice cream cone? Or is the lake and there's no fence, or that's one condition. And any condition like that, we've introduced a fence. There's other areas of the lake where there's not a fence, but there's you know, maybe a 15-foot riparian planting area where you got cattails into a marsh, you know, which would certainly inhibit not only the geese, but a 2-year-old from entering the water at that location. So each location around the lake's a little bit unique. You can see section 6 there on the North Promenade, what some portions of the more natural edge of the lake look. There's a pond out there today, where grass goes right into the water. And so, you know, we've done our best to utilize natural features as inhibitors or visual cues that, you know, this is not a swimming area. Riprap, you know, large boulders or rocks for a significant stretch. And all of those sections have been cut in various areas around the lake, so you can get a clue of what each key area looks like. There's an additional slide, if you could flip to the next slide, where you can see some other locations where, you know, you're dealing with more of a direct railing before the lake starts. And those are going to be more in the high traffic areas. We were also asked to introduce a railing at the Library Peninsula because there is kids programming in that area. So peninsula, along the boardwalk, of course, around the beach and the boathouse, and until you get to the north side of the lake, which is more of a natural planting area.
Okay, thank you. That is all of my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Well, Joe, so much for keeping Broomfield boring, am I right? It is so great to see the updated drawings and plans. These are very exciting. Thank you to the residents, staff, developers for your continued engagement on this project. And thank you, Tim. I learned something new tonight. You don't want to touch dirt twice. So thank you for that. Looking at what we're approving tonight. So it doesn't look like we're just approving the SDP tonight, but at the same time, we are approving an improvement agreement and an ownership and maintenance agreement. Is that correct? And both the SDP and those agreements, these are being considered in the same resolution 2023-87.
Correct.
Okay. To authority board member Law Evans' question earlier, while the revenue sharing and expenses are not germane to the SDP, we are approving these two agreements tonight, which do have a financial impact to them. So it looks like that the O&M agreement and the improvement agreement, that they don't differ greatly in the expectations and costs from the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement. Is that correct?
It is correct. And I'm looking at the note here from city county, I was gonna say city county manager, city county attorney. She says regarding the question, Borough has to stick to the STP. Council may ask about related costs.
Okay.
To your point, Councilmember Schaaf.
Yeah, so my big concern is the redevelopment and reimbursement agreement have already been approved, and that we continue to work off of that agreement as agreements go forward. So the SDP is in line with that, and the two agreements that we're approving tonight, those are in agreement to that as well.
I'm not understanding the question.
So those agreements follow the same trend that the reimbursement and redevelopment agreement had in them. So do we have additional expenses? Do we have additional revenue that is being generated or further expenses to do with the operation and maintenance agreement or the improvement agreement?
So outside of the committed amount from 2019, which is the 54 million, the amounts have not been calculated for service related. So nothing falls, everything else falls outside. So the CIP falls outside of that, filling the lake falls outside of that, staffing falls outside of that. CRSA, insurance and ongoing maintenance, they all fall outside of those specific amounts.
Okay. I think at one point we talked about a $1.4 million, as we were looking at the PUD, about a $1.4 $1.4 million contribution from the city taxpayers towards the support of this project. And I think that, you know, based upon this, we continue down that road. And that was something that the residents fully supported. Is that correct?
We're yes, I'm looking at the presentation that we used. Yes, and so again, managing these expectations. So it's not an economic driver. If had we not committed to the 54 million, it would be revenue positive. Based on our estimation per square foot and all of the other things taken into account, it's revenue negative. So we don't know what the costs are, and I know, and I wish I could tell you what the costs are going to be, but we won't know that until we move forward. We know that from the property tax and the sales tax, we've committed 100% of the property tax and 50% of the sales tax for the 20 years or until those two amounts reach that 54 million.
All right, so thank you for that. Appreciate that. We are approving those agreements tonight, but a couple documents that are listed under there aren't going to be approved tonight. So the conditional letter of map revision, or the CLOMAR, and the final letter of map revision, the LOMAR. See, I just wanted to say both those words. So that's
Very good. I'm
I'm
impressed.
Sorry.
I'm impressed.
Oh, thanks. So those are not approved tonight. What are the are those kind of a guarantee that we're going to have these approved, or are these very much contingent that, you know, there's some hesitancy, because those are big documents in terms of the lake? Is that correct?
Those are extremely complicated, highly technical documents. I'm going to ask Ms. Burton-Zetti to fill in the blank there, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Manager Hoffman, and I might have to tap in Ms. Merwin or Ms. Allen, but yes, with those are recently, it was the CLOMAR that was recently, I think last Thursday was submitted. Those are technical documents and we are working on those. I don't have any reason to believe that they would not go through the process to be approved.
Okay, excellent. That's good to hear, because those seem like they're very much contingent on this development moving forward. So that's great to hear. What is the anticipated timeline for completing the detailed lake design and final report? Because that was a part of these agreements as well.
Should be done within a year. It may take a little bit longer than, or excuse me, a little shorter than it will to fully design all the buildings out on the site. So it is not on the critical path the way we see it today.
Okay, so we don't anticipate this holding up.
We don't.
The project.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that huge milestone, getting the CLOMAR submitted just over a week ago. So
okay,
that starts the clock.
Great. While you're up there, I do have a question for you, and maybe Mr. Vosrich, this could be a question for you. So when we're talking about the lifeguards, you know, is there a possibility that at the very least the boathouse attendant could be trained in CPR and first aid as they are a person of authority on site? That this would help just ensure in the case of an emergency, there is somebody there on site that has training in CPR and first aid.
Yeah, that will be a requirement of the boathouse operator. To your point, both CPR and first aid certified. Lifeguard certification is a little bit different standard. It's not to say better or worse, but you know, all are trained in emergency response. So yeah.
That alleviates some of my concerns. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
The last question I have is for staff. The floodplain and the current flooding of Community Park. It sounds like the floodplain will be narrowed and improved with this development. What is the timing of the City Park Channel and the Main Street pedestrian underpass?
I'm going to ask Miss Allen to come down. And that's a portion, Councilmember Schaaf, of the project that we've already been working on. So this is just the next leg of that whole phase of project. Miss Allen.
Katie Allen, City and County Engineer. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Schaaf. So the underpass, we're bringing an IGA with Mile High Flood District to council, tentatively scheduled for October 10th. So you'll see that coming your way. We have the underpass at 60% design, and that approval of the CLOMAR is when we could start construction. So theoretically, we should be ready to go third quarter next year.
Okay. So while I have you up there, so the current floodplain, as it rolls through Community Park right there, it just is a massive lake, as we've seen a couple times in the last year or so. This will now not be that practice. This will narrow that floodplain and control those waters. It's not going to just free flow through the park anymore.
This will channelize it through the town square. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for that. Mayor, that's all the questions I have.
Well, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Thank you, Mayor. So I really do appreciate all the questions from my colleagues tonight and the thoughtful responses from Joe and Tim. Overall, I'm a big fan of your development, have been, and as of the SDP tonight. The only thing that I've questioned in the past, and I still question a little bit, is the beach area and the need for the beach. I know you're very adamant on it, Joe. So I'm going to defer for now to your expertise. But I do wonder if there's any, this maybe, I don't know if it's for you guys or for staff, if there's any flexibility there. If the beach is not being utilized at some point, can we pivot away from that and make a change? So I don't know if that's whose question that's for, but
That's a Mr. Vossich question.
and I know you don't anticipate that, but you never know.
You know, we do think it's important to give people the opportunity to touch the water. I mean, it's a really, you know, you don't want to put this body of water out there and say, don't touch it. Right. So we're actually going to have multiple opportunities to touch the water. We're going to have a splash pad and fountain for the kids to play in. But I think this naturalized area with the, you know, long sloping beach is going to be important. Now, look, if, you know, operations are operations and you have to make changes that the conditions dictate. And if for some reason we looked at this and said, you know what, it's just not working. It's for some reason, this isn't the right thing to do here. We would look at a solution for that. You know, an obvious one would just be to continue the naturalized border that, you know, we've created adjacent to it, which is an area that's densely planted with cattails and, you know, all sorts of stuff to control that edge and make it not a place to access the water either for geese or people. So it could be converted to that if for some reason we said, yeah, you know, this is just better. You know, we just need the boathouse. We're not going to do the beach. But I think giving people the opportunity, you know, to come down and dip their toes in the sand and the water is, you know, worth fighting for.
Okay, no, I said I'll defer to you on that one, but I guess it's good to hear that there is flexibility there. If conditions dictate and, you know, unforeseeable that it's just being, you know, not utilized or underutilized.
Yeah, or overutilized. Yeah.
Or overutilized.
We will have to, we'll have to, you know, operations are dictated by the conditions.
Okay. And I do understand that there's a difference between the beach and the boats. The one thing I was disappointed to hear tonight was that you couldn't bring your own paddleboard into the beach area if you wanted to. Yeah. Restricting the rentals. That one strikes me the wrong way. So I think that's restricting access to Broomfield residents who want to go out there and paddleboard.
Yeah, well, let us talk to the concessionaire about that. We'll make that commitment to do that. There's one of the things that made me nervous about letting say, oh, you know, just bring your own boat or your own paddle boat and jump in the lake. You can start envisioning where they're going to be jumping into the lake, which is not going to be through the boathouse and, you know, through proper access, you know, that all of a sudden we've got, you know, a dozen people just accessing the lake from any point they want and throwing their paddleboard in and tooling around out there. So it would sort of defeat our, you know, our safety controls that we're trying to put in place. But, you know, look, I mean, if somebody really wants to, you know, they love their own paddleboard and they want to bring it through, I think we can figure out how to handle that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I hope you could, because I think there are ways, as you've mentioned now, to dictate where the access may be. But it just strikes me as being a limiting function to the residents. You know, as Jennifer Hoffman mentioned, this is an amenity that we're considering this for the residents of Broomfield. And if we're taking away something that's probably one of the bigger draws as an amenity, that's troublesome.
Okay, you talked me into it. We'll go fight for it.
All right, I appreciate that. The other, you may reconsider after this question that I have. So this is a liability question. So it's, there's a bunch of this was, it's been mentioned by my colleagues, and, certainly there are liability concerns on the city's behalf. And it strikes me if there was an accident, both the city and yourself or whoever's operating it would be drawn into a lawsuit. Given that this may be a staff question, given that the developer is or whatever entity designated is operating the lake, do we have any indemnification provisions? Is it necessary? Should we be asking for that?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Jazerski. I was talking to Councilmember Ward. Mr. Front, Ms. Hartman, were you paying more attention than I would? Do you want to jump in and respond?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Carl Front, Senior Attorney. Councilmember Jazerski, as far as your question about liability there, so under the Governmental Immunity Act, and the city's liability is non-delegable, so we can't ask the developer to take all of the city's liabilities. So what we have done there is we've covered that through insurance protections, including the requirement that they or their operator of the beach and the boathouse have insurance that covers open water swimming. That's an effort to offset some of the liability risk that the city could take from having the swimming facility at the lake.
Would that insurance cover the city as well?
It likely it is going to be all parties get involved into the lawsuit. So we can't, like I said, we can't delegate away the city's liability.
And asking for indemnification, is that the same thing as delegating away? Because the indemnification, we're just asking for them to come in and protect us, pay for our fees, costs, stuff like that. We're not delegating our responsibility away. This may be more nuanced than this. I'm just asking the question.
We'll have to look at that more closely. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay.
And Mayor Pro Tem, so when you said you didn't know if you should ask for it or not, I didn't know if we should ask for it or not either. And so I did ask for it. And Mr. Front helped us understand whose responsibility was who moving forward. Again, it's mitigating. It's not removing, it's not delegating. It's mitigating liability and responsibility moving forward. And I also want to make a point that it's not the developer, it's the district.
Right.
Joe, do you want to just talk a little bit about that? I mean, all of our red lines kind of back and forth made it, it said or developer.
Or perhaps Carolyn, probably be better to talk about
Sure.
the district, because it's the district that's going to be operating this, right?
And I understand that as well. I think I said whatever entity, and it's the district, you're right? So I understand that. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, right. So the parties to the agreement are the developer, the city, and the Business Improvement District. And the Business Improvement District, like the city, is also a governmental entity. It also cannot delegate its liability. It also is a public entity and sort of has all the same protections that the city does. And I think the way that we have attempted to structure it is just as City and County Manager Hoffman described, what's the best way we can mitigate liability for all the parties involved? And that's by establishing and enforcing this whole package of safety measures. I mean, at the end of the day, I forget who said it. No matter what we do, anybody can sue anybody for anything, right? In this country. And if something horrible were to happen in this location, all three of us would get sued. And all three of us would claim whatever protections we have, and the insurance would kick in, and we would all be parties to that lawsuit. There's nothing the developer and the district could do or agree to that would prevent the city from being involved in that. And you already have better protections under the Governmental Immunity Act than the developer or district could give you, other than by providing insurance, which we're already doing.
And I understand that and appreciate that answer. And certainly, right, anyone could be sued, and I fully anticipate if something happened, everybody that's responsible or tangentially responsible for the lake would be.
Or
would be sued.
allegedly responsible.
Right. And I think my point was, and again, I'm not familiar with municipal law. So my point again was anybody could be sued, but you could also sort of dictate, you know, who's ultimately going to be responsible for covering that. And I mean, and you're fully aware, indemnification is one way to do that. I see that all the time in my line of work. So that was the question I have, you know. If we weren't a city, I guess I would be 100% asking for that. If I'm being told we can't ask for that, then that's a different question or different. So anyways, I do appreciate the answer. Only final question I have is for Tim is, Councilmember Shafton mentioned, you did say you don't want to touch dirt twice. Is that a public safety recommendation? You don't have to answer that. I was kidding.
Already done, Mayor Pro Tem? Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councilmember Henkel because she has to leave for child care issues. She wanted to make a statement.
Thank you. Thank you all tonight. I'm not going to take too long. Thank you for being here. I appreciate these conversations and hopefully we see you soon, sooner rather than later. I will support this tonight, although I cannot stay for a vote, an official vote, but I do support it. And I really look forward to seeing this to lay out. We have a lot of people excited about the business opportunity that this provides for our community. I particularly know a business who actually moved near that area already because they are anticipating this Broomfield Town Square. So it's not necessarily going to happen in the future. We have people installing in those areas already for small businesses. And so I just wanted to give you that feedback. And they're really excited to be a part of the business community. And this is going to be really great for the city and county Broomfield and our residents. And I really look forward to, you know, seeing the affordable housing and the townhomes, hopefully. If we can get more than 12, that'd be even better. But I will say that I've appreciated.
You might as well stay for the vote.
Well, okay, Mayor. Part of this too is that I can't always go on record because if it's quasi judicial, you can't speak about it unless you're on the dais. So I would really like to let you know that I appreciate all of the effort that went into it to mitigate any sort of risk along that beach. And I just wanted to be on record. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I'm not going to belabor the lake anymore, but I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem on the use of personal watercrafts. There's no place in Broomfield where we can use our own equipment. And like the Boulder Reservoir, they give so many permits out, but they're gone like in the blink of an eye. So I would really advocate for us to be able to have some type of local permit system so that local residents can use their sub. Thank you. And the geese. The geese are a thing. And so I just want to hear how you feel that this plan is going to help mitigate the geese going into the water feature. The geese.
Geese being mitigated largely as a function of the lake design. Geese like gradual entrances from grassy areas, food to a lake, safety. So much of the lake edge is a solid retaining wall, vertical surface, obviously inhibiting them moving in and out of the lake. At the other areas of the lake, as we showed in the exhibits earlier, there's natural riparian planting area with tall grasses that also have shown to inhibit geese. It's not a just a couple feet of cattails. It's 15 feet or something of dense vegetation, inhibiting the geese from being able to go from in the water to out of the water. And apparently that helps a lot. Additionally, even if you're looking at the east area towards the bridge, riprap, things that are inhibiting people from entering the water also inhibit geese from entering. the
Except they
water.
have wings.
Except they do have wings and they can fly. So we've done everything in our power from a design perspective to inhibit the geese. And then there are more actionable efforts you can go from there, which we could just discuss at a later date if that's something the city wanted to move forward with.
Definitely, we're gonna have to talk about the geese. All right, well, that's all I have, y'all. I do appreciate all the work that's been done on this and bringing it to where it is today. We'll do a quick second round. If you must speak again, keep it to 2 minutes. Thank you, Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions, one that I forgot to ask earlier and one that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Krzyzewski's questions brought to my memory. On the paddle boards, I agree with my colleagues. I support letting people bring their own in. But on that same level, there are many people in our community who won't be able to afford to own their own paddle boards. It's cost prohibitive for them. And they also won't be able to afford the rental fee for them. Many facilities in Denver, like the Children's Museum, offer discounted or free admission for families that have EBT cards, for example. Have you considered doing something like that with for our lower income residents, allowing those children to be able to rent the paddle boards and paddle boats free of charge?
That issue hasn't come up. You know, we're still pretty far away from really coordinating with an actual concessionaire to operate this with us, but we're making notes of all this stuff, and these will all be topics that we'll discuss, you know, when the time comes. For sure, you want to do free days, right? That you set aside certain days of the summer, whatever, that's going to be a free day. But the idea of having some way of letting people with limited means get access is a good one, and we'll remember that when the time comes.
And I had one other extra question that now I can't actually remember what it was. Sorry, I just, I know what it is. Have you coordinated with the adjacent Safeway landowners on facade improvements for those properties?
Yeah, we've got a dialogue going with the property owners, particularly the wing building property owners. I think there's still some discussions to be had about how that actually comes out. You know, we've got some ideas on how they can participate, and we'd love to see them do some real facade improvements as part of this overall deal. But there's no agreement that's actually been signed yet. But yeah, we think it's important to the project that they coordinate with us and we find a way for them to get some funding to do some facade improvements and make the whole project much better.
Excellent. Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other further? Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, so I actually did have a question regarding the finances. And I thought we were being told we couldn't ask any questions, but this is the only last question I have is related to Councilmember Marshall-Holsham's question. So as we're going to this program, this project, are we taking on any liability if this project doesn't perform financially and generate the amount of sales tax that's needed to get that to that $54 million? Is that, I just want to make sure we're not, as we're looking at these agreements.
Our total incentive package is 54 million. So if the development doesn't move as quickly as they hope, as we hope, a whole host of things. I mean, we see it all around us, right? It's market driven. So what we hope happens, sometimes it happens and sometimes it doesn't. Hope isn't necessarily a strategy. So we don't have, no, I mean, we know that the $54 million agreement was in 2019 dollars. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more as we move forward on when Joe and his team go out to get bonds and they run their revenue projections, that there will be gaps. We'll have those conversations then. But at this point, we are only committed to the ongoing operations, the CIP, and 54 million from the property tax and sales tax.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other council member questions? No, all right. There being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. First is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-87. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-87 by title?
Resolution number 2023-87 approving the Broomfield Town Square Site Development Plan, Urban Renewal Site Plan, Improvement Agreement, and Ownership and Maintenance Intergovernmental Agreement.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Marshallson?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2023-87 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem? Second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Lim?
Yes, just wanted to make a comment on the parking variance. I just wanted, since that parking consideration of overflow into the nearby streets would be a consideration along with the residents of Main Street and Ward 3. I just wanted to remind anyone who after time with this development, if it becomes a problem with overflow parking onto the streets that the residents can't park, that we did in October pass ordinance number 2179, where the residents could petition, and there's a process for getting permit only parking restrictions. So there is a backup there. If for some reason the consultant for the developer didn't calculate the numbers right about the parking needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am so excited for this project to move forward. I have lived in Broomfield for 10 years. My wife has lived here her entire life. And having a downtown place to go to spend our money in Broomfield has been the top priority of mine when I ran for council. I know my colleagues also. I'm happy this moving forward. I fully support this. Is it everything that I wanted? No, I'd like an ice skating rink. But you don't get everything you want. So I think this is a really, really good project. I ran for council twice, once unsuccessfully in 2017 and once successfully 2 years ago. And both times I knocked over 5,000 doors in Ward 1, which includes this project, and Greenway Park, which is just to the south of it. And overwhelmingly, this was the #1 concern of the residents I spoke to. When is it going to happen? We're looking forward to having overwhelming support. So I'm looking forward to this. I wanted to point out too, that this is not, while this was talked about starting like in 2007, this particular version of it has really taken shape since 2016, 2017. And this has come before council many times, 2015 when we bought the Safeway building, 2019 when council approved the finance agreement, 2022 when we did the PUD, and multiple other study sessions and concept reviews. And I just want to point out that council is bipartisan, but this, when you look at the voter registrations of the council members of the past, not only does this span many years, but this has been an overwhelmingly bipartisan project moving forward and bipartisan push for it. So I'm really excited for it to happen, and I'm going to vote yes tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to preface my statements with, yes, I will ultimately support this project, although begrudgingly, I will support the project. I think the original agreement in 2019 was poorly written, does not add a financial benefit to the city or the county. The time delays that this project has experienced for numerous reasons, whether that be COVID or someone else's end. I think have pushed this project. I don't think you actually need to get the audio for. And I'm disheartened with the lack of commercial real estate space that is put in this SDP. It's not to the full amount that we had agreed upon in the PUD, nor is it to the full amount for the PUD that we did approve last year as well, which was 500 and some units. But I will end up supporting this simply because I cannot find something that's in our code that you actually violated.
All right, thank you for that. And Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, I'll be really quick, though. I did want to add to the geese discussion that in my neighborhood, the pelicans have driven away the geese fabulously. So
Okay.
just bring the pelicans. We haven't had geese all summer. It's been fantastic.
Interesting.
I just want to note in response to some of the public comments earlier, I think it's worth noting that I support this project because I do think it's an excellent, well-done project and will be an economic driver in that part of town and potentially a destination due to the lake. I know there was some concern expressed about losing some of the open space that exists there now, but I think it's worth noting that in the last 2 years, we've added 182 acres of open lands and 16 acres of open space. So we're still adding land and we'll add more as we go. So I think that will be mitigated if you're concerned about that. And I know there's no development that's risk-free. And I know there were some comparisons made to First Bank. I don't think we can make that comparison in that there's a huge difference between this kind of resident and commercial and entertainment district versus an entertainment venue, which is a highly competitive, very volatile market that's hard to stay competitive in. I know I grew up near an entertainment venue in Kansas that changed hands probably 12 times because the market just kept shifting around. And I know another comparison I've heard is the 15th Street Mall in downtown Denver, which has been pretty much a failure. But I think you draw the comparison, there's nothing in that design to keep you there. It's pretty much designed to walk through, eat and leave. And I'm encouraged that this one is developing ways to keep people there for many hours and return visits for a long time. So I appreciate all the work you've done. I look forward to seeing it. I don't think we need an ice rink, but I will say fountains, Vegas.
Vegas, Bellagio. Okay. Thank you. Any other council member discussion? Seeing none, we'll move forward to the vote on this resolution number 2023-87. All in favor? Oh, we're doing a roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll? Well, we have a remote. Oh, correct. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. I appreciate you, Councilmember Ward. Next is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of item 15A. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-119-UR by title?
Resolution number 2023-119-UR approving the Broomfield Town Square Urban Renewal Site Plan.
There a motion? Councilmember Ward was first.
It's so moved. It's only a resolution.
Okay, that'll do. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, we'll move forward to the vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Jezerski.
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Well, congratulations. We're moving forward. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Well, thank you all so much for hanging in there with us tonight. We'll see you soon. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. The city and county manager's report is next. Ms. Hoffman?
Only the upcoming special report.
It's coming up, yeah. Hold your time then. There is no legislative update or business before the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. And item 15A for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority was reviewed earlier. This evening, we have one special report for council, an economic and fiscal update, including 2023 and 2024 budget highlights. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Romine and CFO Brenda Ritchie will give us a preview. We will see significantly more in the upcoming council meetings. We'll also be having this very similar presentation tomorrow during the Community 101 Forum. And with that, I know there's a large number of slides, but we have done dry runs. So we're gonna go at a pretty quick clip, leave plenty of time for questions, and get everybody out of here by 10:30.
All right. Good
Mr.
plan.
Romine, let's go.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. All right, I'm done. I'm just, all kidding aside, but we are going to move through these relatively quickly, but we are going to be thorough as we talk about it. As you can see from the agenda, we're going to first cover the economy, then I'll turn it over to Ms. Ritchie, who will go through the details of the budget as we're beginning that. Next slide, please. This is just a quick fact sheet, just to kind of cement a couple of numbers into your mind. The three that I would point out specifically is the 2022 population estimate, which right now we're suggesting is 76,400 persons living in the city and county of Broomfield. At the same time, we estimate that there are roughly 42,000 plus jobs, 42,800. Those are firms. And so when I talk about jobs and employment, I do try to specify those. So these are the employment of the firms that are located here in the city and county of Broomfield. I want to note very briefly here that our growth of employment over the last year was 4.2%. That is first quarter over first quarter previous year. For the same period, Colorado grew at 2.5%. So once again, our economy is strong. Our economy continues to prosper, and we continue to see investment from our firms here in the community. The last point that I would just last number I just look at very briefly is the average housing value right now is settled at $646,875. That's down roughly 4.7% from 12 months ago. And that's according to Zillow. At the same time, almost 66%, 2/3 of our homes are single family homes. Next slide, please, or owner occupied homes. This will be something that you'll see when you review the budget reviews by department. And so you hear this about the Economic Vitality and Development Department. There are 2 points that I just want to raise related to the budget that are critical and important as far as the economy. The third bullet on your left talks about how we support our large businesses. Those are those foundational businesses. They also create that business to business relationship. They hire and get catering services, they do other things. And so the example, of course, is 2 of the businesses have been in the headlines recently here in Broomfield, and that's Crocs being named to be one of the leading and fastest growing companies in the country. And at the same time, then moving to a new headquarter and customer support facility. They'll be opening soon at the Oracle campus in Interlochen. And then also, of course, Ball Aerospace. Many of you have heard that they've now, Ball has received a bidder and accepted a bid for Ball Aerospace. It will remain headquartered here in Broomfield. So even though it's going to be acquired by a British firm, that activity and meeting with them, which we do regularly, meet with firms, they have assured us that they'll be continuing to operate and locate, and then it's just part of their DNA to be in Broomfield and Boulder. The other point that I would just reference real briefly, and we'll come back to it, is the first bullet on the right side, and that's related to the catalytic redevelopments and developments within our community. All 3 of those are moving forward. As you noted just recently, I would say about less than 5 minutes ago, the City Council of Broomfield did approve the SDP for the Broomfield Town Square. So that's another step forward for that project as we continue to experience that on other projects that are in those catalytic efforts. Next slide, please. As noted before, the economy continues to grow and our employment continues to grow. This actually slide was something I did. And so what I'm comparing communities to ourselves, as well as looking at a couple of others. This is the job growth. You'll notice it's a slightly different job growth than what I shared earlier. And that's because this is year over year, 2022 to 2021. The 2023 first quarter is in, however, the rest of 2023 clearly is not in yet. So that's the year over year growth. And I'm showing you what it looks like across time for 2 snapshot periods or 3 snapshot periods, as well as to give you some sense of how we compare to our neighboring communities. The one that I would point out specifically is to the far right as you're looking at it. And that is what we think about is that technology and that innovation area within Colorado.
There's a couple of those areas, but one of the most specific is the Fort Collins, Boulder, the Larimer County, Boulder County, and Broomfield County. So you can see even with that, where we're looking at our peer communities, we are outgrowing them from an employment standpoint, both over a 10-year period, but also within the last 3-year and 1-year periods. Next slide, please. Same characteristic of 2019, 2022 in this particular case, and this is just looking at average wage. This indicates to you, as you would expect, that firms are paying above what we'd expect in other communities. We're nearly 30% above the average wage level of firms in Colorado. So we have both a lot of employment growth, but those firms are oftentimes those higher paying and higher valued firms, and the activity of the employees here tend to be more compensated. So you can see how that both compares to the metro area without Broomfield, but also comparing to our neighboring communities that are part of that innovation corridor. Next slide, please. One of the things that's been a major point of conversation over the last several years, it's something that we've been thinking about and working on for the last 5 years, specifically here in Broomfield, but more importantly overall, and that is thinking about how do we grow and where are we growing? So as you noted earlier, we're growing our employment. We're also growing our residential. And it is not necessarily a goal to become a larger community, but it is a goal to make sure we're bringing forward core developments that are bringing the residents, giving opportunities for housing within it, and also for that lifestyle housing. So for some people to be able to mature, get their first home, also perhaps for seniors to be able to think about how they want to live differently. So the patio home is an example, homes on a single. So that's what's represented here is that we continue to lead and show that we are open for development, residential development. Broomfield is not one of those communities perhaps slowing down or closing down, but we are thoughtful about it. And that balance is always one of the key things that I know you all talk about from the dais. It's something that the city manager's office and all of us talk about is how do we make sure that we're seeing employment and firm growth at the same time we're seeing residential growth. So this shows you that we're growing on both sides of the equation. Next slide, please. You know, you all have set the standard for what we want to do around economic and financial stability. It's part of the metrics that you've talked about. It's part of the way you think about the community and the community thinks about itself. It's reflected also, of course, in the community survey that was recently released. And so as we think about this, there's a couple of key points that I just want to hit on. And it's just very briefly, and that is, of course, first, that Broomfield 20 years ago was a community that was growing and becoming new. Everything was new. What we're seeing now is a change in that. So there's a balance between new development, redevelopment, and infill. The example, of course, as many people know, is Flatirons Crossing as well as Flatirons Marketplace. Both of those are a redevelopment and a reinvestment. In one case, it's a wholesale, Marketplace is a wholesale conversion. What we see in Flatirons Crossing is an evolution of a reinvestment and bringing forth a more mixed-use development. So I just reference that because that financial stability, that economic stability comes from thinking about it differently and us thinking about those choices differently. At the same time, that infill and redevelopment is causing us to also think about what is our infrastructure looks like. And one of the mentions earlier tonight was the sizing of a particular pipe and what that costs were going to be related to the Broomfield Town Square, and that we were going to have to add some additional pipe size. Those are happening in other infill locations as well as redevelopment locations. So it's the constant thinking about what the road network looks like. It's thinking about how the pipes and everything else fits, and then reinvesting in our facilities. That includes the library, rec centers, and everything else. And so that second paragraph is recognizing that element. Next slide, please. And obviously, as Ms. Ritchie begins to make her presentation and as part of it, she'll be talking about that evolution of operation and maintenance of our existing facilities, our existing infrastructure, and what that means going forward. So that will come back as a theme. I've already mentioned this. We have 3 catalytic developments. You hear about them all the time. This snapshot is just telling you once again where the status is. As you heard earlier, the Broomfield Town Square hopes to break ground on the horizontal side in 2025, and you can see those opening dates. all of these opening dates are coming from the developers that are the leads on these particular developments. And so this is the latest we have. It also talks a little bit about what the support is providing and also what our expectation is for each phase as they come through. In the baseline Center Street area, that first phase is roughly 213,000 square feet of commercial that's more retail oriented, but there'll be additional office coming in. And you'll be hearing more about that likely in the first quarter of 2024 as we bring that project more forward in the near future. Next slide, please. The goal of this is our budget, all of our financial, while led by a number of those things that I've already indicated, it's about how do we inform the budget and what do we think is happening within the economy as a whole. This is just a quick snapshot. As many of you know, I can go on and on about this. But we wanted to give you just a couple of quick key points. One, the housing supply remains tight here, and that's obviously because of interest rates as well as other factors. We do expect both commercial and residential to slow, in part because the interest rate changes. It's having multiple effects, both on the housing side. It's both the developer as well as the potential buyers. But there's still a strength within the housing market here in Broomfield, and we've experienced that in the past in other slowdown periods or recessionary periods. Broomfield's housing stock continues to remain strong through some of those changes in that volatility, and we would expect that to continue going forward. We do expect it, though, to likely see price increases slowing in the next 3 to 4 years. So when we get to the concern or the discussion around property taxes, the market value is what's caused the appreciation and therefore the change in the property tax revenues. But what we would suggest to you is that's not something that we're going to see repeated in 2 years or in 4 years. So this is a one-time kind of characteristic event. And it's something, therefore, as you think about what we do with those funds and how those funds are spent, it's to think carefully about that as not a repeatable event. And so that's going to be important. The second bullet, the real key here really is that last part, which is the future of office is uncertain. As I mentioned earlier, we do talk to Crocs. Ball recently, Rachel and I had a meeting with them. I talked to Oracle on Monday. So what we do is we reach out to our business. The mayor has talked to a number of the businesses recently. And what we're doing is reaching out to understand that what we all heard 2 years ago about nobody's ever going to go in an office again, nobody's ever going to shop retail in a storefront again, isn't necessarily the way that it's working today. And what we hear from many of our firms is they are operating on a hybrid basis, and oftentimes 3 days a week is what their norm is. There are some that are going more remote. There are some that are working 5 days a week. So what we would expect is there will be some change in the value of the office market, and it may in fact slow down, or in fact it maybe even slightly go negative compared to what we've seen in appreciation over the last several years. But nevertheless, we are watching that very carefully, and that's a critical factor of how we think about our revenue. Going to the next point, the triple impact of interest rates, I can't emphasize enough. I've already mentioned the residential. It's affecting commercial development. It's also affecting VC and other dollars that are used to help start businesses and expand businesses. So what we're seeing is this change in the marketplace because of interest rates. While many people would like to speculate where interest rates are going to be in 6 months or a year, I'm not one of them. I listen to a few people that gather every month in Washington, D.C. and make decisions about where the interest rates will go. At this point, they're still indicating a slight increase is coming this year, and that perhaps there'll be some easing next year, but we do not have a peg on what that's going to do. But that will, if there is interest rate easing, that will open up both business development, business growth, as well as the residential markets. And so it's important. It is impacting our economy in 3 ways. And finally, I've mentioned it almost in every briefing that I've given you about the economy. We always are experiencing and recognizing changes in consumer behavior. And we've talked about that those are some of what we saw from COVID and the pandemic was an acceleration of patterns already started, such as online shopping and other things. And so we expect those to continue, and we will continually pay attention. The reality is some of those will lead to some slowing or calming in the economy, both locally and at the metro level and state level. Next slide, please. Sums up. This is really my last slide before I turn it over to Ms. Ritchie. And the reality is all of this, all these things that I just talked about have an impact upon where we're going to see revenues and costs related to our budget. So the budget is built within the dynamic of the greater economy. And then we get into some specific decisions, which is part of what we'll be presenting in the next number of slides. The real key here is just a couple of high notes here. Once again, we expect costs of services and programs to rise at about 6 to 8%. There are various factors, and there's a slide within Ms. Ritchie's presentation that will outline the variability within different parts of how that impacts our budget. The property tax revenues are going to go up in 2024. It's because of the market value that's being reflected in the assessment. So that was that appreciation. We are, as I've mentioned at various times, in more of an informal way, we were all really excited to turn on our Zillow accounts and find out how much our home was growing last year and the year before. Well, that is true. And now we're seeing that come through on the market value appreciations and assessments that the assessor has done. So we did not change our tax rates. Our mill rates, what it was is it's the recognition of that market change in value. And then finally, we expect to see our retail sales tax grow at a moderate rate. We do expect, because of some changes in consumer behavior, some effects on the household budgets and confidence, we expect that to remain positive, but perhaps slow a little bit compared to what we've experienced in the past. So that's the quick summary of how the economy is operating here in Broomfield, overall how it's influencing our budget, and then those impacts that go forward. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Ritchie, and she'll walk you through the rest of the presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Romine.
Mr. Romine. Good evening, Brenda Ritchie, Chief Financial Officer here with City and County of Broomfield. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, members of Council. So as Mr. Romine mentioned, oh, sorry, next slide, Kyle, thank you. Really leading up to the economic outlook focuses and really sets the stage for how it plays into the budget and how we set not only our expenses, but our projections and fiscal forecasts, which again is important to be a dynamic tool. And that's what the budget is, really a dynamic tool and a plan of what we anticipate of how to use those public funds. And so tonight is really just a high level overview of the budget, which is supplemented by the documents that council received last week and is publicly available, as mentioned earlier this evening, on our website for folks to view the various documents that go into it. But foundationally, it's important to understand and know, I think, some key components here, which we'll touch base on. One is balancing all revenues and expenditures. And by all revenues, we include available fund balances as well. So available fund balance is different from our reserves. And that is basically any carryover or unspent dollars from the previous fiscal year that is then available. It's unencumbered. And that might be a result of something came in under budget or something that we had programmed didn't go according to plan, and therefore we no longer needed to do that. There could be vacancy savings. So there's numerous reasons why we would have additional available funds at the end of a fiscal year. And so revenue forecasts, again, we want to be conservative and make sure that we're following in line. And that's part of that, as we'll talk about the budget development process. Part of that, as we come forward with budget amendments, we continually monitor that. And because we collect revenues like sales tax in arrears, it's difficult to often have that real-time data. So we want to make sure we're taking into account not just what's happening, but also the trends that we are seeing that's happening in the markets. So that's where that comes into that balancing the revenues along with the expenditures. Increasing revenues, so a foundational component we'll see is that we have set a goal for the next several years is to increase how we're contributing to our reserves, to set aside aside for that rainy day fund. So in the event that we needed to tap into that, that would be for those. Again, and the remainder of it is really focusing, investing in now as well as the future. So that requires us looking at not only our greatest asset, which is our people that really provide the services and programs that the community offers, but really through that mitigation of risk of current assets. We have, as you'll see in the next slide, we can move to Kyle, over 2 billion, and that's 2 with a B, in current assets that we maintain, manage, and oversee. So there is that fiscal responsibility associated with that. So taking care of what we have now as well as in the future is critical. And then as Mr. Romine indicated, that development balance between both to generate those revenue streams. So this really is this slide is just to kind of is the how are we doing it in terms of addressing those revenue dollars, that fiscal responsibility, and how do we maintain those current levels of service? Again, providing the public with that transparency of what is coming in and how are we expending those funds. Next slide, Kyle. So this is just a quick overview. 2 things to note here. This is our budget development process in a given fiscal year as it currently stands. And 2 things just really to highlight from this slide is 1, while we're working on the current year, current fiscal years, we have amendments going through, we're also working on development for the next fiscal year. So there's a lot that comes into play. The other component is the opportunity for the public to engage as part of that process in whether it's the amendment, the study sessions, to kind of view the documents related to the budget on a revenues and expenditure basis. In addition to every council meeting, we have an opportunity as well. There's a fiscal impact within our council memos that also addresses budgetary financial outlooks. So next slide, please. And then foundationally, we heard back in June, I believe we had a discussion about the community survey, and one of the top priorities for this community was the fiscal and financial sustainability, and resilience. And so just looking from the lens of not only creating our developing our budget as well as our outlook with that lens, but also understanding that it funds the rest of our priorities. So as you can see here, that's why it being our #1 goal, we build the basis of our commitment in our budget and the work that we do around it towards building that resiliency and sustainability in the long term in that framework, and then being able to support those other aspects within those goals. Next slide, please. And this should be, next couple of slides are going to be familiar. So just from a high level overview, the basic foundation and principles of how we kind of revamped the way we retooled our budget process this past year was really identifying, again, triangles, one of the strongest shapes is in its base. And so that foundational component of a base budget is really important for all of us to really understand that that is comprised of our ongoing continued day-to-day operations. So that is our staff, any debt obligations related to that, and maintenance and operations. So those are things that are stagnant that we know we need to address. And so that comes off right off the top of anything that comes in terms of our expenditures or revenues. That's really our baseline. Your next level there is your required increases. So that's anything on top of what we were anticipating, but we still need to do, but there's fluctuation. So Mr. Romine mentioned the economic influences that would impact the budget. This is where you would see that prime example, insurance premiums. That's something that we're seeing probably from a personal level as well as from on a professional level here at the city and county. Our insurance premiums are increasing across the board. So being able to respond to that, knowing that that's a necessity. And then what you have last is really, and rightfully so, is the smallest piece of that pyramid is the policy decisions in terms of newer expanded programs. It's your discretionary funding. So basically assigning one-time dollars that comes in like grants, for example. This past year, we had unanticipated Broncos funding for the sale of the stadium allowed us to enhance our programs and really expand. So it's utilizing those types of dollars to be able to accentuate or enhance those programs and services we already offer without without sacrificing anything at the base. Next slide, please. And how we did that is based on a decision matrix. So really quickly, you've got your mandates, obligations, and critical needs. Your mandates are things such as it takes a lot to treat our water, provide safe drinking water, right? There's various compliance requirements, and it's costly. So right off the top, in terms of that matrix that we apply and overlay on the budget, we focus on what are those federal mandates or state required things that we need to do. Next, we move to our obligations. So contractual, they could be, for example, using water again, and you'll see in the proposed 24 budget, there's an increase this year on our shares, but we need to be able to provide that supply of water. So therefore, you know, it's a requirement, it's considered an obligation. Critical needs is another. A couple of weeks ago, we had, I believe, on Industrial Lane, the repair, and I'm going to look to my colleagues in the back, so correct me if I'm wrong, but there was a water line repair that was kind of an emergency critical need to be addressed, and roughly 36 hours that it took staff as well as Xcel Energy to kind of get that shored up. So again, there's this great need to make sure we're addressing the foundational aspects and putting that lens through our budget. So when the requests come forward, whether it's from the community or from a department, we make sure that we're evaluating across the board through that lens and with these in mind. And then, of course, we'll have other aspects that we will that will fall into play that will come into consideration with that discretionary funding. But this is the primary foundation. Next slide, Kyle. Thank you. And so switching gears, so that's how we develop the budget. Going into aspects of the budget, we have revenues and expenditures as our main components. Our revenues here, you can see this is all sources related to our revenue streams that Broomfield currently receives. And there are dedicated funds and there are discretionary funds. And by that, I mean dedicated funds, such as you'll look and see the largest percentage of our revenues are fiduciary pass-through. What that means is we collect when property tax, for example, is paid by various entities and collected by the city and county of Broomfield. However, we don't retain that money, but we do need to report it in our financials as part of an accounting standard requirement. Therefore, it really inflates our budget because really all we're doing is collecting it on behalf of that entity and then we're passing it along through. So I want to make sure that's also something that we can't touch and be used for operational or capital needs. On the other hand, you have the major components that support our operational, capital, and utilities are related to our charges for services, property tax, and sales tax. So our charges for services are primarily and predominantly our utilities. So your water, your sewer, your water reclamation or reuse. Those are set up as an enterprise fund, which means it has to be a standalone business. The revenues that come in, the rates and fees that are set for those operations, maintenance, capital infrastructure, all have to be supported strictly based on the revenues that support that. There is a component within charges for services for recreation fees, for example, so that that falls within that category, but would be used for operational components. And then property tax and sales tax are predominantly what we use to fund capital and operations for the city and county of Broomfield. And I will say that the total here on the proposed budget, it's excluding the beginning available fund balance, which we have, and the interfund transfers, which are transfers between funds within the city and county of Broomfield. Next slide, please. So one of the components that we talked about, again, we'll talk about property tax and sales tax just from a high level. It's important, and Mr. Romine hit it very well, that yes, Broomfield is going to benefit from the increased valuations that occurred for 2024. And we have that budgeted currently within, and that's why you see a large balance for 2024. That's related in our general governmental fund came from the property tax. However, there is no rate increase or mill changes related to that. But I wanted to draw your attention to the graphic indicating that where does the property taxes go that are made. So predominantly 49% of all property tax is remitted to the school districts. So if, on a property tax notice, and then Broomfield is 25% of that. within that, there's a portion, a large portion goes towards our operations, and then there's a portion that's set aside for our capital. And then the other 26% is made up of these special districts, which include also the fire district gets, North Metro Fires that 13%, and then we have other additional special entities. Next slide, please. So really quickly on that, highlighting that partnership in development and that balance in that revenue generator, we thought it'd be good to highlight the Flatirons area as twofold. One, to demonstrate the recovery that we're seeing from the pandemic in terms of that sales growth related to sales tax. So you see it's continuing, and as Mr. Romine said, it's slowed, but we do anticipate within 2024 for it to continue to grow. And within this area, again, it's something that while we're reinvesting in the area with that partnership in Flatirons area, we heard a great presentation from Maestrich earlier today. It helps contribute to that base. Next slide, please. So here, shifting gears on the other side, we have proposed expenses. This is keeping in mind is all, again, as we saw all of the revenues, we're showing all of the expenses, excluding those intertransfer funds as well. So again, the pass-through fiduciary funds, just because we see it on the revenue, we collect it, we also have to show it going out the door as well. So that's why you see a large component of that 225 million, again, of our budget is really collected. And another aspect of that is pension contributions, things of that nature that we hold, but are not at liberty to spend. And then the other component, large components you see are the enterprise funds, operations, and capital. If we move to the next slide, this really gives a breakdown. And really the intent of this is just to compare that's previous slide over the course of the years of what we've spent. And I'll draw your attention to the fact that 2023 revised is higher than the original. And you'll see that portion related to capital improvements has grown. The reason being is because we have to account for the carryover that occurs. So capital projects don't fall and begin and end within a fiscal year. So we have to carry that forward. So the first amendment that we always do at the beginning of the year is to roll projects and grants forward. So that's a large component, and that's the increase that you see from the original 23 to original to the revised 23 that we'll see here. And then in terms of the proposed 24, relatively keeping in pace, and you'll see, I'll draw your attention to the pink pass-through fiduciary that has grown. And again, that is directly related to the anticipated property tax collections that we will collect, but then we'll pass on through. Next slide, please. So here, as Mr. Romine indicated, we were going to discuss, so this is a breakdown of just our operating and capital only. And you see that's broken out, and then the various categories of where we spend our money. So the percentages within these buckets that you see, you can tell that personnel is our largest expense, again, our largest resource and our greatest asset. So it's not unexpected that we would see personnel to be that largest expenditure. And then we see where the other aspects are. So professional services are our contracts, specific services that we have there. And then below that in the red, you'll see what we're seeing in terms of rising costs. So inflationary factors, supply costs, things of that nature come into play. But as you can see, they vary from the type of sector that it impacts. Next slide, please. And going into just a little bit more detail regarding our personnel costs, we have seen quite a bit of adjustments. And if you keep in mind, for the past several years, we've been working on a compensation philosophy. What we're seeing in 24 is the realization of all of those various phases combined. So that is part of that increase, along with additional FTEs that were added along the way, seeing the full year realized, as well as general merit and police market increases as well. And so as you can see that the basic increase from last year to this year of an average FTE goes up about 5%. Next slide, please. Here, just kind of highlighting the capital, some capital projects and touching back back on investing on what we have. And a lot of it has to do with our major focus is looking at some of our major utility projects. We know that there's going to be a discussion on the 26th coming forward regarding the tanks. So just wanted to show that within 2024, the estimated amount that we have planned in the budget is 27. The first aspect of that is 27 million, roughly 28, and then various other components such as the Windy Gap storage. Now, I want to call to your attention that this is not related to the debt payment, but really the increases related to our allocation component. So there are increased costs there. And then on the other side, we have finances undertaking a new enterprise resource planning. So basically a new solution. We're on an antiquated since at least over a decade or so old. And it's a very manual process to put the budget together. And so that creates risk. And what we want to do is mitigate any risk. And especially with the rise in cyber attacks and things of that nature, it's imperative that we secure our financial, our future. And part of that resiliency is to invest in a program. So we're looking, starting that process and sourcing a solution for the city and county for that next iteration. And then we have several transportation projects. We heard from the community survey, and one of the things that we have really looked at is doubling the amount in pavement preservation, pavement management. We recognize that it's important for this community as well. And so one of the aspects that you'll see is an increase to that line item. And it is an annual program. So we always have it programmed. The staff does a great job in Public Works. It's just addressing the needs. Again, we have aging infrastructure, aging roads. We have more people driving as population increases. It's going to have more wear and tear, so that it causes some of those projects to come online a little bit sooner. And then we have some vehicle replacements. Next slide, please. So this lot going on here, but just as a quick summary of overall, wanted to be show where we were with all of our debt obligations. But I want to keep in mind that our borough obligation is separate from our city and county. So that's why borough is at the top. As you can see, we our remaining amount, a projected remaining amount after the end of this year would be 45 million left on that. And then in terms of the rest of the outstanding, whether it's a certificate of participation, which is a lease, or our actual bonds that we issued related to whether it's the water or the Broomfield Community Center, the total is down there. And so what we did was take what that annual debt payment is. So it's roughly 29 million is our annual debt payment, which is approximately 5% of our overall budget. And so wanted to call that out, and that it is only for the city and county. It excludes borough because that's not part of the city and county budget. Next slide, please. And then going to take a pause here because enterprise funds, completely separate, as I mentioned, has to be self-sustaining. Therefore, the revenues coming in must support the expenditures going out. So going to take a moment here to pause and just kind of take a step back regarding what's in the proposed budget. The staff determined that based on the projects, and as you saw just on the list and some of the things we've highlighted this evening, there's quite a few. If you look at the CIP 5-year long range plan, it's even larger. There's a need. And so therefore, in order to support that need, staff is proposing to be able to, with the 24 budget, a recommendation of increasing the rate structure and revenues related to that to be able to support that. And the reason being is because the revenues that we anticipated and the expenses that we anticipated when we built the model last year were different and based on different influences. We've seen a lot of changes just within the last year. So we have a study session coming up next week. Mr. Rutt, along with his team, will be presenting the wastewater master plan, and then we'll follow and provide more in-depth detail. But this is just intended to highlight those current key challenges of why we're kind of shifting, making that recommendation with the proposed budget. And basically, one of the things that we talked about was slow development. So competing interest rates and things of that nature has caused some developers to slow roll their financing. Therefore, their development is not coming on as when we anticipated. There might be additional increases in regulatory mandates, whether it's testing sooner or the frequency at which we're supposed to be testing, that comes into play. Another aspect is that historically, what we've seen is that there in previous studies and recommendations related to what the rates were and what were recommended maybe didn't align for the time. So it's a compounding aspect that kind of pushed that forward. And if we go to the next slide.
Ms. Ritchie, I'm going to interrupt you
Yeah.
just for one moment. So Ms. Ritchie's delivery with maybe and could and may, I'm going to emphasize a few things and make that a little bit stronger. The last 2 decades, our focus has not been on taking care of what we have. We see it in the development, we see it in the funding, we see it in the priorities, we see it in the overall degradation of particularly our enterprise system. So when Ms. Ritchie hits on the 2 water main breaks, they were significant water main breaks. 25% of our infrastructure is 40 years plus and hasn't been touched. So when we're looking at from a public works perspective, if we don't take care of that, we know that we have $2 billion in assets. It behooves us to do those investments, just like we're investing in Flatirons. You have to make an investment on the non-sexy, non-jazz hands underneath the ground perspective. When you have compounding from a staff perspective, when nothing happens, when recommendations are made, whether it's staff or council, and nothing is approved, which has been occurring since 2012. So we have a doubling in the population. The recommendations to increase, whether they be rates, fees, licensing. A lot of the forethought was we're going to get to it eventually. Because we have so much growth and development, we really don't need to pay attention to that asset management. We can do lean and mean and do more with less. That access is now shifted. And from a compounding perspective, we liken it to if you are, I got a birthday coming up next week. I'm coming up on 60. Everybody thinks that if you hadn't started paying into your retirement 20 years ago, you can't contribute the same amount that you would. It compounds. So this hole, literally, that we have created in our public works, overall from an asset management perspective, it's breadth and depth. So shoring that up requires a repeatable model and a process and a structure. That started last year. We haven't had a model or a structure in place to be able to really ascertain what's happening and where it's happening. So again, this council has an unenviable task, much like you've had for the last 3 years. When we are going through inventorying all of the business development agreements, all of the handoffs, all of the shifts, all of the let's chase the shiny new, that stopped about 3 years ago. Where we are on the general fund is healthy and strong because of the, I don't want to say conservative because it has political connotations, but intentional. The intentional decisions to follow those 3 mandates in those buckets have now made us a grade A, healthy, superior bond rating, strong organization. We need to take that same discipline and apply it to our overall asset management with an immediate impact on our enterprise funds. So again, this isn't something that happened in a year, not 5 years. But again, what we're proposing as we move forward, and you'll hear about it more next week, is really structuring for success without having any frame of reference to kick the can. You all are in an uncomfortable position. No one wants to have these conversations. No leadership team, no staff, and certainly no council, because it's very unpopular. Part of the conversation that we're going to be entering is structuring for a sustainable success, not just financially, but really taking care of that $1 billion, $2 billion in assets. I just wanted to take that pause for a minute, Ms. Ritchie, and we can we can now return to the key challenges, but it's not individual key challenges. It's not the northern water tanks that's a key challenge. It's the comprehensive overview of what needs to be, and it's not even shored up. It's what needs to be built. Broomfield's never had a structure, a repeatable model and process that we can be agile enough to be able to say, we thought that the northern water tanks were going to be $40 million last year. That was at 50% design. Now we're at 90% design. It's more than double. We have to, as a system, have a user funded, right? Again, you can't, well, we're going to beat a dead horse, but you can't take general fund dollars. You shouldn't even be transferring funds within the enterprise funds. You shouldn't be commingling or transferring or borrowing from operations and capital, but it happens. The operative word is borrowing, much like the First Bank Center. That urban renewal area borrowed from a bunch of other urban renewal areas, but borrowing connotates you pay it back. We all know that when family borrows money, they don't really borrow it. You're going to give them the money, or you're never speaking again, because it doesn't happen. That is not only best management practices, but no team member here in this room from a staff perspective wants our name on something where we are commingling those funds, even though it's legal. That's what's happening right now. So when we go deeper in depth next week, we took out some of the charts that indicated the red and black because we didn't want to go deeply into the weeds. We wanted just enough conversation to really set the stage that it's less of an ask, and it's more of something that if the community doesn't go in this direction, starting in 2024, there are going to be seismic repercussions from that. Ms. Ritchie, please continue.
Absolutely. I appreciate that clarification, Manager Hoffman. This is just summarizing some of those additional key challenges. Again, those inflationary supply chain constraints and the stage of the design in terms of those estimates. And then again, what our contractual obligations are related to the enterprise funds. So as Manager Hoffman said, we will go into more depth next week at the study session to really dive into it, because we know it can't be done in 2 slides. It really needs to be a conversation and transparent to go through that. So next slide, please. Just looking at, as Manager Hoffman mentioned, we're really taking that concerted effort and with our budgets in 23 and 24, really to balance with a thoughtful strategic approach. And in order to do that, again, setting those targets with our general funds and working towards that same approach with our enterprise funds to be able to build a target reserve. So when things happen, we have the ability to use that. Again, we're still paying the bills. We're doing what we need to be doing because, in fact, that I believe that bond rating just changed. We have a call from Moody's about that because increased. So we're all of our bond ratings for our various bonds on that previous slide were at top tier levels for a municipality, and Broomfield overall has improved its rating as well. And again, we wouldn't do that if we weren't paying our bills, if we weren't addressing those needs. So again, we're taking that concerted effort to maintain that level.
And I want to just, Ms. Ritchie, just really quickly, Kyle, can you go back to that debt slide? Just one more slide back. I'm sorry, one more. So this slide right here. So if council remember, and I know that some of the community members will also remember, when we started having these conversations 3 years ago about debt, some of the residual from other councils, much like when you refinance your house and you refinance your house in order to bring the interest rate down and you leave it at that. Oftentimes people refinance their house in order to pull cash out, or they extend the time period for payment. That was one of the first conversations in 2020 that we had on this outstanding debt was we're going to refinance, but we're staying on track to pay this off. So these big chunks that you see, the community as a whole should be really, it's an intentional approach, but when we look at those payoff years, so those county facilities being paid off in 2027, this far from 2 years ago, saying let's refinance and let's extend that out another 10 years. And the answer was no, we're not going to do that. Nordstrom's with Flatirons, that was another $25 million, paying that off. That's not a bond that's included in here. But again, I say that because it's not just a methodology and it's not a structure. It's a comprehensive approach to be able to say, we have to pay for what we have right now off of the top. And then we can say, and now what? It's the consistent application of discipline. So building the model is one thing. But then when you put it through and the yield is, God, but it doesn't feel fun. Yes, but boy, that's just the way to go. And then you can build in from Mr. Romines' perspective, when he does the economic forecasts, when we are able to, 2027 is here. Well, not literally, but it's close to being here. And exhausting some of these debts has everything to do with our bond rating, has everything to do with acquiring any additional debt when we look at the police and courts building. How do we save up money prior to executing or recommending back to this council, let's just take out another bond. So again, it's due diligence. But the community will begin to feel what those residual effects are as we retire some of these bonds. Four slides ahead, Kyle, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's with that disciplined approach that leads us to be able to really invest in the now, right? And so that's one of the aspects of some of the highlights is really being able to look at our preventative maintenance, our asset replacement. One of the goals was to shift that CIP, we know we always have to have some we have to have reinvestment components, but really shifting that to being a majority towards that asset replacement, preventative maintenance, repair and rehabilitation, focusing those efforts of, again, taking care of what we have, and then being mindful in the process of balancing our residential, our commercial, what's coming in, how are we planning it, taking that thoughtful approach. So because they have both short and long-term implications. Next slide, please. And so with that, again, just overall, we're still growing as in our economy, and in terms of our base, our revenue is not our base, but in terms of the actual revenue that's coming in, it is continuing to grow. It's just at a slower pace, and Broomfield still is comparatively in a moderate to very low taxing related to its comparatively for sales tax and property tax. And then our 24 budget is built with that. Again, that mindful discipline to be able to understand that expenditures are growing. So what can we do? We do take a thoughtful look at where can we realign within the budgets. Each department has that opportunity through that process, and then we look at it as a whole. And then collectively, we've, again, are committed to decreasing that debt and paying off all of our obligations so that we have that opportunity for when the next opportunity presents itself, we'll be ready. So next slide, please. And then just again, this is just a highlight. We've been doing this for quite some time. It's nothing new, but we're continuing that practice. And it ties back to that fiscal sustainability and resilience aspect in terms of we're building on the foundation and enhancing that so that we can continue, and we continue to receive that recognition from our peers and in terms of our budgets as well as our accounts. So we know that our reporting is commended for that. So final slide, I believe. Thank you. And looking ahead in terms of next steps. So once again, the public documents are available, and we encourage folks, there's a online form as well, so they can reach out either by email or submitting questions on the form up until the public hearing, which is on the 10th. So next week we will discuss, we'll have our department heads here as well. So you all had the opportunity, if not yet, to still peruse the folder that has department presentations, video recordings, as well as, to learn a little bit more and deeper dive into each department. They'll be here to answer questions next week as well, and to anything specific, as well as going over the utility discussion on the wastewater master plan, as well as specifically the proposed rate increases. And then we have our proposed public hearing on the 10th for an opportunity for the public to formally comment. And then as well, if approved by council during the study session or so directed, that we would potentially bring forward a first reading for the rate adjustments on the 10th. And then when we come for the final revision of the 23 budget, as well as the request to adopt the 24 budget, we would also potentially have a second reading related ordinance for the rates. And yep, so thank you for your time. That concludes staff's presentation. I apologize for being 15 over.
Not your fault.
That was mine. That was,
Yes.
that was mine.
It definitely was.
That one.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. And thank you for those statements. I do appreciate that, Ms. Hoffman. And before you guys think you need to do a deep dive tonight, we do have a study session all about this next Tuesday. So we'll start with public comment. If anybody wants to be heard on this item, please step up to the podium.
Roxy Jewel Lockamore. So is this same stuff going to also be talked about tomorrow at 3 o'clock?
It is, Miss Jewel.
Okay, so I'm kind of half asleep, so I can come tomorrow and.
We hope we see you tomorrow.
Okay, I like the presentation. I need more information, which I know I can get anytime I want. So when I'm healthier, I'll get more information and you'll probably hear more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll be listening. Thank you, Ms. Jewel.
Adam Gobetti, Ward 5, McKay Landing. I think it's late enough. I'll keep it very short. I just want to say that I think these are really important things. It's not entirely true that nobody wants to talk about them. I can think of a few people that do, but I want to point out the contrast of some of the discussions earlier in the agenda where we're talking about how, boy, we're talking about things that aren't very boring, but then we hear about how the most important things we need to talk about can be. So maybe we should bring some boring back to Broomfield.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, any council member comments or questions? It's okay. Oh, Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor. So
Next week, though, we have a.
right. And knowing that we are going to have this conversation later, I just wanted to ask a couple questions just so that I can get that information then. So I don't necessarily need answers to this tonight. So the revenue, when we were looking at that, I would love to see some further those buckets broken down. So there was the fiduciary pass through, and there were 3 items within that. So there was the pensions and the true pass through that's going to other districts. I would love to see that broken down a little bit more. And then the property tax broken down into commercial and residential, just so that we have a better idea of that. The property taxes, 25% tax bill goes to CCOB, 88% goes to operations, 12% capital. Within that, I know that some of those or I believe some of those property taxes are earmarked towards certain things. I think library has a certain amount, open space has a certain amount. Is that correct?
Dr. Ritchie, thank you to Councilmember Shaft for the question opportunity to clarify. That is correct. So Human Services Library, there are specific mills that are associated and dedicated, and we do transfer those off the top automatically related. And on the sales tax side, we have related to open space. So there are dedicated components related to our funds that are taken immediately off the top. That's
okay.
Correct.
And then can we just get that information too, just so that we have that full context? That would help me. Let's see. One of the things that we talked about, one of the conversations I had recently was with a resident. She was saying that, the services in Broomfield are truly amazing. to maintain that current service level, I think that that continues to be a big ask. But it is something that Broomfield continues to do because our residents support it. This does come at a cost, or I should say, the service level cost per rooftop is lower than the rooftop revenue. Did I say that correctly?
It costs us more than we get to provide the services per rooftop.
Per rooftop. Okay, so I think that as we have that conversation, it would be important to ensure that we talk about how those revenues are offsetting. Because I believe that comes through that commercial property tax and retail sales. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. So in a nutshell, residents are, it's expensive. So continuing to have that balance between how much it costs us to provide a service versus how much we get, that gap is closed by commercial.
All right, thanks for that. And then two things, Mr. Romine, that I just wanted to touch on in terms of your presentation. So one of them was you did not mention recession in there, which I think is something that, you know, if we would have been talking a year ago, that would have been something that was a part of that conversation. It was not a part of our conversation tonight. So I'm happy to hear that that is maybe not totally out of the picture, but that's less in the picture. So I'm happy to hear that. And then the other thing was the residential growth in Boulder, Larimer, and Broomfield was, let's see, the 10-year was higher for that Boulder, Larimer, and Broomfield. So the 10-year higher was higher than the last 3 years and the 1 year, but Broomfield has increased by 3.5%. If I got all those numbers correctly. So I'm curious how that Boulder, Larimer, and Broomfield is lower in that 10-year, yet Broomfield alone is higher. Is that just because there's, in terms of that 10-year growth, that has dropped off in those other two counties?
Council member, yes, it's also recognized two other things. One is we are still growing and some others have slowed as some of those communities have slowed. The other thing is remember the size of scale. Broomfield is not equal to the same size as Boulder and Larimer County. And so therefore, even though we're growing more rapidly on a rate basis, they may be growing a numerical number. I don't know off the top of my head, but effectively that's it's offsetting this is we're smaller. So our numbers don't have quite the same influence as it would in the others when you really do the numbers.
Okay.
Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you for that context. I appreciate it.
Yes, I would say I'm very happy not to be talking about the R word and talk a little bit more about the stability and kind of slow, because that's a positive. Yes.
Definitely. Big positive. All right, Mayor, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you, council member. Anyone else? Okay, well then, thank you so much for the presentation, y'all. We look forward to continuing the conversation next week when it's not 11 p.m. There are no requests for future action this evening, concluding the items on the agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council? Seeing none, the council meeting is adjourned.